is there anything that you don't want to talk about or don't is there anything I should ask? I'm saying, like, make sure you guys can.
start. The show starts. The show. Hey Nick.
Hey, what?
Are you ready?
For what?
To start.
Start what?
The show.
Oh, my hands up, my feet down low, and this is how I start the show.
His hands up high, his feet down low, and this is how he starts the show. Start the show, start the show, start the show, start the show.
Hey, Colby,
Hey what?
are you ready?
For what?
To start
Start what?
this show.
Oh, my hands up high, my feet down low, and this is how I start the show.
Hands up high, his feet down low, and this is how he starts the show.
Start.
The show, start the show, start the show, start the show.
Hey Adriana, are you ready?
For what?
To start
For what?
the show.
Oh, my hands up, my feet down low, and this is how I start the show.
Her hands up high, her feet down low, and this is how she
Starts the show.
Hi. I'm praying that the world changes soon. Can't get a doobie on a plane, but there's Uzis in our schools. Every dude who touched a boob or a booty getting me too. What you expect from the kids who went to Hooters after school? We're all triggered and defensive. We're all racist and we're sexist. We all grew up watching South Park. How are we offended? Now being fat is beautiful. Name a thing that you can't do. Jumping jacks, run a mile, live past 42. Man, it used to be cool to just flip a bird to the system, and now it's trendy to be triggered and pretend you're a victim. It's my race, it's my weight, it's because I'm a Christian. I hate the internet and anyone who has an opinion. And everybody angry if you say white. Okay, fine. Pass me the brush and I'll paint my face to the shades right. Let's talk about abortion. Sorry, tell me how this works. Bacteria is life on Mars, but a heartbeat isn't life on Earth? Weird. Y'all so stupid. Why are y'all so stupid? Get better problems, I swear to God that y'all want them. Y'all so dumb. People so stupid. People so dumb. People so boo-hoo, wah, wah, wah. Get better issues, we're gonna run out of tissues. It's so dumb. I'm a hater cause I can't relate to gay pride. Call me homophobic because I don't wanna date guys. K-tight. I for one am not surprised the world declined along the way. Give trophies to children for losing just cause they decide to play. We exercise our right to vote and hate the politicians. Ay, this is a democracy, it's partly your decision. Ay, this is weird, feels like this a different year. If I identify as a female, then when my balls and penis disappear. Children want a gender switch and hating men is feminist. Depression and anxiety are trendy, we're too sensitive. Invented 80 genders, mad the world is not accepting it. Then gave them more attention than normal women and men can get. What a contradiction, being human is so tragic. Focus on minorities, ignoring all the masses. Hallelujah, everyone. Activism saved the planet. No more plastic straws and paper, just paper straws wrapped in plastic. Congratulations. Y'all so stupid. Why are y'all so stupid? Get better problems, I swear to God that y'all want them. Y'all so dumb. People so stupid. People so dumb. People so boo-hoo, wah, wah, wah. Get better issues, we're gonna run out of tissues. It's so dumb.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show. I am Patrick Walsh, joining you live from the I'm Not Right Network studios. Today is Wednesday, May 12th, I do believe. Appreciate y'all joining me this morning, this afternoon, this evening, whenever you're listening. Thank you for tuning in. We actually have a guest in studio today. Yes, we have a guest. This is, I met Holland Memo, correct?
Yes.
Holland. What type of a name is Holland?
Holland is an Israeli city. It's near Jerusalem, where Jesus was born.
Where they're dropping bombs right now, right?
Yep. That's it. It may not be there, but as far as I know, I'm one of two people that have ever been named that.
Oh, wow. Really? How do you find that out?
Well, Wikipedia.
Wikipedia. They have the files going all the way back to the beginning of time.
They do.
Well, I would guess, so if there's a city named after it, and then you, that's two things. I would think there may be more than one, but I've never heard that before. I've heard Holland, like,
Holland.
obviously.
You want to hear something crazy?
Always.
I'm the oldest of 6 children. The sister just under me was born in Holland.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
Why wouldn't they just, come on. It would have made my life so much easier.
Yeah. Do you get that? Like, honestly, do people go
They're like,
Holland?
Here's the thing. This is what I get called. Mom, Grammy, honey, babe, hold on.
And that's just by the cashier at
Hold on.
Target.
I know.
What, are you actually of a Jewish background?
No.
So they just chose.
I am. Well, my father, he saw the name when he was a teenager. He had me at 20, and he said whether I was a boy or girl, that's what he was naming his first child.
Yeah, I don't think it's gender specific.
No. But the only other girl, she's probably 24 now. She lives in Toronto, and there was a place where her mom used to buy Christmas trees, and it was named Holland. And so she named her Holland. That's the only other person I've ever heard of.
I have the person that has the exact same name as me that lives right around the corner. Kevin Patrick Welsh Jr.
Really? Well, that's a normal.
The only reason I know is I get his mail.
Okay.
And they actually fucked up at the county. They clicked on a wrong box. And according to the county, they have me down as owning his property. They bought new land.
Okay.
So I get like his tax information and different things. So I think in a roundabout way, I could probably go sell this property because
Probably could.
I have the ID. Hey, fuck you, Fanatical. You're making fun of me. I found my driver's license, man. Fanatical, he sent me one of those just trading apps to sign up for, and he would get like some free stock, or I can't remember what it was, but and I was like, dude, I don't want to go and have to get my ID. And he goes, yeah, that's because you can't find your ID because I don't carry my driver's license. I don't have a wallet. But I believe it or not, I actually found this in a wallet. I have no idea. I acquired a wallet. It's a Velcro wallet. My last license, I had a big, gigantic smile on my face. Oh, I got to check and see if that says safe driver on it because my...
Did your last one say it was not a safe driver?
Hey, just so you know, Shannon, mine does not say safe driver on it. We went out Saturday night, and her and my son were talking about having safe driver on their driver's license, and I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen that. And I was at a bar Saturday night, restaurant. I was standing by a guy at the bar because I was waiting to talk to the bartender, and he put in his ID, and I go, man, let me see. I go, does that say safe driver on it? And it did. It said safe driver in red, but nope, mine does not say it. He goes, I think everybody's just says it.
I thought they did.
Well, then I don't think so because I have a bunch of speeding tickets. That's why mine does not say safe driver. It's not like DUIs or anything, but it's a lot of speeding tickets, which I still argue, man, there's nothing unsafe about me driving fast by myself. If I'm not driving amongst the traffic, I don't think that there's anything wrong with it.
But what if you ran into someone with a kid?
That's what I'm saying. I usually get pulled over for like being the only one
Around?
on a 3-lane road as I'm not driving amongst the traffic. I'm just speeding down the road basically by myself.
Right,
some people act like somebody can pull out in front of you, and it's like, I have eyes. Pay attention, man. That's why I haven't been in accidents. I drive like an asshole, but I don't get in accidents because I pay attention to the road. I'm constantly surveying. My head's always on the swivel. I'm always looking in my mirrors, looking at everywhere a car could pull out, everything, man, because I don't trust other people.
Well, you shouldn't.
Honestly,
you don't know what they're going to do. You don't know what they're
exactly.
gonna do.
That's what I'm saying. I tell my daughter she's learning to drive. She's going to be trying to get her driver's license in like 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. And I tell her, I'm like, look, like that car could be doing this. You know what I'm saying? You need to always have that on your mind. Like if you're going and like at times when people go and think I'm in the left lane, I'm going to go get in the middle lane. Well, you need to think the car kind of beside you in front of you is in the right lane. They could be doing the same thing. So you have to be cautious of things like that. I'm trying to get her to always think that, have that in her mind. So she's always paid. Her friend already got in an accident. She's been driving for less than a year, got in an accident. And it was her fault supposedly. But evidently my daughter said the other person was driving fast. I have no idea. But yeah,
all you can do is just hope that you send them out in the world and they do the right thing.
I know. I said I don't worry, but I know a vehicle is one of the most dangerous places you could be. So to have our 16-year-old out just
driving around,
and yeah, it may not even be her fault. Like if she got in an accident, and I don't think things like that, but that's the reality of the fucking world. And most of us know people. I was talking about, I think everybody knows somebody that's died in a car accident probably. Do you know people?
Of course.
Do you know multiple people?
Yes.
Exactly. I know multiple people too. So I was trying to relate it to the coronavirus because I don't know anybody that's died from the coronavirus. Do you?
I do.
You do know somebody? But did they have other ailments?
Yeah.
It probably wasn't just a perfectly healthy person just keeled over and died, right?
No. No. I did have the shot. I wish I hadn't had it.
Yeah, Holland got the shot. Do you remember which one was it? From which?
I got the Pfizer. If I had to do it over again, I wouldn't have gotten it. I'm not okay. I don't feel okay. I feel different.
Are you hearing that? So she got the Pfizer vaccine, and we have some people that are listening to me. They've got it too, and most people gotten sick after the second shot. And so she says that she feels differently. I don't want to get into it too much until more people join. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, because I want to have like an actual good conversation. I kind of try to ease into things until like we actually get like a nice big group, because I want people to hear what we're going to be talking about.
For sure.
And yeah, so and you grew up in the Children of God cult too,
Yes.
right?
So they've had several names. They were initially called the Children of God. Then they were called the Family of Love. Then they were called the Family. And now they're called the Family International.
The Family International.
They have to change their name every time they have some,
It's like
scrutiny.
somebody run from the creditors and whatnot, or a bad business. Let's just change our name and move to another place. There's a spore company, that mushroom spores, and they're a fraud. They literally are a fraud. I can show you. It's called I do believe it's called Mushroom Spores. They were in, which one is it? They were taking their payments in Virginia. Now their payments are being taken in Arizona. So it's almost like they moved.
Really?
So, excuse me, basically, no, it's mushrooms.com. Yes, anybody that's looking to order spores, do not go to mushroom.com. Mushrooms.com.
You're advertising for them right now. What are you talking
No,
about?
I'm telling, do not go there. Do not go to whatsoever. Honestly, anybody that's thinking about ordering spores for, again, scientific purposes, if you want to do a science experiment with your children, that's what it's for. They are so that they're bullshit. They're bullshit. You can go and they make fake reviews, fake reviews on their site. Yeah, see, they're out in Arizona now. They were in Virginia. They weren't, because I got ripped off by them. I got ripped off by them. That's how I know. I found out. Because I try to do my due diligence. So I went all over the place, and I found comments everywhere, reviews everywhere, and come to find out, they're all bullshit. It took me a little bit more looking to find out. No, they've ripped off multiple people. They have a lot of complaints at the Better Business Bureau. Nothing happened. They still just continue on doing their. I sent the guy a message. I'm like, dude, one of these days you're going to be walking to the post office to pick up your payments, and you're going to get the shit kicked out of you. Lemmy is saying the site can't be reached. Are you spelling that correctly? I think you might be missing a letter. She's sharing a better one. Nope, that's not working either, man. Little Lemmy, that is not working for some reason. But yeah, so do not use them. Honestly, they're a ripoff. So you basically go and order on the site, and then they say, you send us a money order, and we will provide you with them. And other services have done that. I participated in other services, had no issues whatsoever. But yeah, they totally just take your money, rip you off. Better Business Bureau complaints, they still continue on with their name. And they moved across to the West Coast. So they're, I mean, if you could get enough people sending you 60, 80, $100 every couple days.
That's nice.
Yeah, little Libby said, damn, they aren't up anymore. So yeah, that's what happens, man. That's what happens. I mean, too many people doing science experiments.
They got found out, and that was that.
Possibly.
I wonder how much money they made, though, before they got found out.
Well, you're allowed to sell. There's only 3 states. I think it's Georgia, California, and maybe Illinois that you're not allowed to possess mushroom spores, but everywhere else you are, because you're allowed to do them for scientific purposes.
Oh.
They are an interesting thing, man, how you can just go. People make mushroom art. Have you ever seen the mushroom art before?
No, but I know.
Not like they eat mushrooms and then produce art.
Don't they?
Well, I know people do that.
They do, but. All right, so for instance, I have a bunch of kids. One of my children was ordering mushrooms online, and he had them in his room, and he had a little sister, and I said, you can't have those in your room. You have a little sister. And so I called my ex-husband. I said, Daniel, he ordered these shrooms, and they're in his room. He goes, Holland, I couldn't pay that girl $50 to have a piece of a string bean.
She's not going to eat mushrooms.
She's not going to eat those mushrooms. Trust me.
Yeah, until she gets a little bit older and finds out what they actually do.
are.
And then you... because I didn't like mushrooms when I was younger. I actually love mushrooms now, man. I seriously love mushrooms now. So people go and take, you can do this yourself. You can take a mushroom cap, flip it over,
Looks like an eyeball.
and the spores, these are spores that actually drop. They're called spore prints.
Okay.
And that's how people collect spores from mushrooms. So people grow mushrooms and then they do this.
And then
the spores drop, but some people actually make art out of it. So those are just spores on like a canvas or a piece
They
of
do kind
paper.
of like eyeballs, don't they?
I'm sure people think it looks like multiple things. So yeah, like see that mushroom cap.
Well,
was,
that looks like something else, but
yeah, that mushroom cap was on top of that to produce that. So people
okay.
make actual artwork out of it, and that's how people collect. So then you could go and scrape these off, and you could use those spores to grow new mushrooms.
Oh, okay.
Nature, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea what enoki is. Do you know what enoki is? Enoki?
No,
I want
no.
to try enoki.
Enoki. Never heard of it.
Yeah, I'll let me.
They
You
look
guys,
like irises. They do look like irises, Mother Moon says.
enoki mushrooms are a long, thin white mushroom, usually sold in clusters. So they're psychedelic in a way because it looks like people are just eating them. I mean, there's enoki mushroom recipes. Mushroom talk with Patrick. Yeah, I was gonna say they don't look like it. They look like they're just regular old enoki taki. For real, man, I love mushrooms. I shared it all before. So to me, what I read, the basic science behind mushrooms is when you eat mushrooms, your body goes, it's like a bacteria. So it sends out like extra white blood cells to go fight against what the body perceives as bacteria. Then when it gets there, it realizes, there's really nothing wrong with this because they're not harmful. And then the white blood cells actually continue on to fuck with other things.
But I have a question. Like, I like mushrooms, regular mushrooms. I've never had any psychedelic mushrooms. I'm not that, experimental. I have a marijuana license and I drink, and that's all I do. But everyone's like, oh, it's fine. It's nature. I'm just scared. How long does it last? How long does it last when you're doing shrooms?
Mushrooms not that long, like 4 or 6 hours. I mean, you don't have to
A
eat that
little
much.
a little longer than
People microdose, and
weed.
you could just take like a tiny little bit, and you'll just feel like a little different. It's actually good for you, man. They're starting to use that. They've been
therapy.
using
I've
it
heard of
for
it
years, man.
for
They're using it in
therapy.
therapy because
Right.
mushrooms and LSD are way different. Like I think everybody should do LSD once in their life. Honestly, it diminishes your ego so much. And it does. And I think it would be good for a lot of people, just as long as they don't freak out. And I know some people are like, you shouldn't be advocating for stuff like that. But as a person that's done it, as a person that's known other people that done it, seriously, it is very minimizing as a human. Like it's hard to be a narcissist, I think, if you've done LSD a handful of times. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
I've been told if you've done LSD 3 times, you're
Certifiably crazy.
insane, right? So you want to hear something bad. I've never done that. However, one of my ex-husbands thought it was, he liked it, but he knew I was terrified of it, and he kissed me, and I felt a little paper in my mouth. I freaked the fuck out and went to the hospital.
Really? You were just that afraid that you
I'm not allowed to say that word, am I?
freaked the fuck out?
Yeah.
You could say fuck all you want, man.
All right.
Just not allowed to say the other F
Oh,
word.
the other words. Okay. No. I would never. So, but freaked me out. I'm like, what is wrong with you? You know I'm scared to death. I was okay though.
Yeah, just it's
I told him what he did. They said you can press charges against him. I'm like, well, I'm married to him and have kids with him, and he's got to go to work tomorrow. So no.
I remember growing up that people would say that if you were like caught with it, that it was like a manslaughter charge or just one hit. They acted like it was a
It's
manslaughter.
a felony.
What is that true? So if
I heard it was a felony. Yeah.
again, I have no idea. Here too, man. If you're unaware, vitamin D are in mushrooms. Mushrooms are the only source of vitamin D in the produce aisle, and one of the few non-fortified food sources. So again, mushrooms are good for you, man. I'm trying to get my children to actually eat mushrooms.
I love mushrooms. I
They're
love them.
so good, man. I know.
are.
Shannon, my wife, tried to grow them. She injected a few logs and whatnot, but they didn't work very well. I don't think we tended to them like we were supposed to because it's not easy, man. You can't just go and Here, let's plant a seed. Who was that? It was, oh my gosh. Was it Bloomberg? We played a video the other day of Bloomberg saying you basically just, you plant a seed in the ground, you water it. There you go. It's not that hard to be a farmer.
It.
Yeah, you just put seeds in the ground and then you water them and they grow. That's how things work, right? Duster's saying I eat a lot of mushrooms.
You have to put fertilizer and stuff down there too.
You have to do all kinds of stuff, man. Yeah, you can't overwater, you can't underwater. You have to have fertilized soil, non-dead soil. We compost, so we use that. Mm-hmm. Mother Moon says, I saw the mushroom monster and he was amazing. I have no idea who the mushroom monster is. Oh, it was just a tree.
Hey, Kevin.
Patriot Act, I don't remember that. I remember the movie. Wasn't Matthew Lillard or whatever in that? SLC Punk? Maybe not. I know I actually have that on. I have a CD. Did you ever get to burning things back in the day, like CDs? Like you would get music off the internet, put it on a CD.
Well,
or
I didn't
movies?
move to. Okay, so I didn't grow up in the United States. The first time I ever saw a CD, I was probably 16 or 17. I just moved to the States.
And what year was this?
Maybe, how old am I? So it was like 1990, 1989.
So you got like a LL Cool J, Mama Said Knock You Out CD.
Right.
It's about that time.
Well, no. I didn't get the CD.
Mariah Carey.
My cousin, we went over and visited him. I said, what is that pretty shiny rainbow color thing? And he looked, this is how naive I was. He looked at me and goes, what do you mean? I'm like, what is that? And I said, is it for decoration? He goes, no, you listen to music on it. And I said, what? He goes, here, I'll show you. And he put it in and it was, so, you down with OPP?
Oh, that was kind of close. I said LL Cool J. It's about the same.
You down with OPP? Yeah,
yeah.
you know me.
Naughty by Nature. You're like, they're letting black people sing?
No. I already knew all about the Jackson 5, so. But I saw this CD. I'm like, those are so pretty. And then I went and I touched it. And I just picked it up. Okay. Picked it up. He says, what are you doing? He says, you can't touch it like that. You got to touch around the edges.
Yeah, you really didn't have to, but.
And I'm like, oh, sorry. So I didn't touch them again. But I thought they were so pretty.
Had you seen cassette tapes prior to that?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
And what about 8-tracks? Do you remember 8-tracks?
I remember 8-tracks. Yes, they were in the vehicles.
Okay. And what country did you grow up in?
Which one? I've lived in like 13 countries. So no.
Okay. So your earliest memory. Where were you born exactly?
I was born in Binghamton, New York.
Okay. And then you moved to?
Holland. In Brussels and Germany and a few countries that I can't remember, and then moved to the States for a little bit, and then moved back to Greece, mostly Greece. I grew up mostly in Greece.
Now, was the moving around, the relocating due to being in the Children of God?
Correct, yes.
Did they move to Europe because of that?
Yes.
So they found out about it. So what did your parents find out about it? Because it was your parents that got involved, correct?
Right. So they didn't know each other prior. And they each joined at different times in different homes, but they were close by. My father's from Connecticut. My mother's from upstate New York. They believed in living in communes. So they ended up together at this commune. And they fell in love.
Do they just find out about the commune? Does somebody come along? Are they passing out flyers? Are people knocking on doors? Hey,
So
you want to go?
You know what? I really don't remember specifically my mother's story other than she was part of the Jesus people, which a lot of people know. So the Jesus people, somebody that she was friends with there, ended up leaving and going to the Children of God. She went with her, I think. My father was in a restaurant. He was dating this girl. And she ended up, meeting the Children of God and said, hey, come, And my parents didn't do drugs. A lot of the, the groups in the 50s or the, 60s and 70s were trying to get people off of drugs and stuff like that. And they started off as, a good thing. But they They met each other. They got married. They were told they couldn't get married. In fact, they had jurisdiction over who you could marry, who you wouldn't. So
who decided that? Just one person, a group of people?
Usually is a shepherd of a home. So you have a big home. Say you have 60 people living in a home, even if you only had 20 people in a home. There was always someone in charge. Okay. Luckily, if you were later on in life, if you were the child of a shepherd, you were a bit more privileged than I was. But before this, they decided to leave because they told them they couldn't get married. It wasn't God's will for them to get married. So they left and got married.
And these are your parents, right?
Yes.
Your parents left.
Yes.
They got
married. Well, I was born with a heart defect.
Well, how old were you? Did they get married and then have you? Were they following
Yes, they got married
God's
and
will?
then had been. They got married and then had me.
Okay, so how long were they in the cult before they said, "Hey, we really want to get married. We need to get out of here"?
They only knew each other for 3 months before they got married.
Oh, really? So they joined and they were like, "Hey, we want to get married," and the children of God people said, "No, you're not allowed."
No.
And then they said, "Well, we love each other too much."
Yep.
So
they left.
Okay.
They got normal jobs and everything else. But
what were they doing to make money there? Like, how do they make money at the place?
Okay.
Like, do they send people out to?
Yeah, and begging for money. I grew up all my life singing on street corners, begging for money.
Are you singing like hymns or?
Hymns, songs written by them. They made cassette tapes and they sold them, and we would pray with people to have them receive Jesus in their heart. And
I'm just laughing when you said they had cassette tapes. I picture them when they found out about CDs. They're like,
Yeah,
"That's like
right.
the devil."
Yeah, right.
We don't want to touch those shiny little
Well,
objects.
they had a thing about computers too towards the end, but I was out by then. But so they had different ways of making money, and they played off saying it's the easiest thing to be able to say to someone is, "Oh, my parents are missionaries." They were not, but that's what we say. They were missionaries. So I was the first child. I was born with a heart defect. I was born with congestive heart failure, and I was on my mom was on medication with me, and that caused me to have something called coarctation of the aorta. So I had to have open heart surgery when I was 3 days old. But when I was in surgery, they prayed and said, "Lord, if you just save her, we will rejoin the children of God." And I lived, so they did.
Yeah, that's what Pete. You told me that the other night when we were doing Kevin Hawley's show, and she's the co-host of the Kevin Hawley show. How long have you been co-hosting with him?
Since December.
Yeah, so she's been. A lot of you saw Kevin join me in studio, and then I don't think that many people actually watched the show. To be honest with you, from my crew, which I fucking understand, man. I couldn't watch. There's some people that they're faithfully every single show. They're there every single, and I'm like, you don't have to be at every show, man. You're allowed to do other things, but I don't. Some people are still locked down where they're listening.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Some people that listen right now, they're still locked down, not allowed to go places, and I'm like, that's so foreign to me because we've been just living life for many months now.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, you said that your parents said, hey, Lord, if you heal her, we'll go back in the Children of God cult.
Yeah. And we will make sure her life is devoted to you. So they did. And they stayed. They had other kids.
Okay, so how does that work? Do they go back to the same area? Do they go to a new one? How do they?
Okay, so you have to have permission. You can't just be all willy-nilly going here and there. You have to call and request permission. Hey, are we needed in this country, or are we needed in this country? And you would be told yes or no, and you could go if you got permission, and if you couldn't, you couldn't.
That's what I'm wondering. How did that work out? Because they weren't given permission to marry. Did they come back incognito in disguises, or how were they allowed back in? Was it like, okay?
No,
come
well,
on.
they're already married. I mean,
they're like, we need members. Did they debate it? Do you think?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you know one person was adamant? They're not allowed back in.
No.
The
There was
original
nothing
rules
like
say
that. Nothing like that.
I'm sure there was one that thought that there was a stickler. Isn't there always
No,
one
because
or two?
they didn't see them again. So if you leave a home, you honestly didn't have much communication with that home again.
That's what I'm saying. So they go back into
go to a different home.
That's almost
Yeah.
like when how they would say priests would diddle with
Correct.
little kids. They just get moved to another diocese, and then okay,
All right. I'm sorry.
you got to take a call. Okay,
Okay, it's been 8.
here, take your headphones off.
Right, I'll be
Yeah, whoever it is, it must be important, and yeah, they keep calling and calling and calling. So yeah, I met Holland the other night when doing the show with Kevin Holly. So I became, when she mentioned she was in the Children of God cult, I was like, wait, what? Like, I said a lot of people would just go, oh, okay. She didn't actually say cult. She actually said she had never been to school. Like she has no formal schooling. And I'm like, wait, how'd that work out, man? How did you get along in life without doing that? So yeah, and then she said, I grew up in this Children of God thing. And then I'm like, oh, I definitely want to talk about that because, yeah, if you're unaware, they have been around for a while. And I remember hearing about them when I was a kid. I remember hearing about them when I was a kid. Yeah, I started playing some of this the other day. I don't think we really got
Actress Rose
through it.
McGowan and actors River and Joaquin Phoenix. But did you know they all grew up in the same cult? A cult that secluded them from the outside world, exposed them to sex at an early age, and preached the end of times. Author Flor Edwards also grew up in that cult, led by its notorious leader, David Brandt Berg. Today, in an exclusive Daily Mail interview, Flor steps forward to reveal the life she lived as one of the children of God.
Nobody joins a cult. People join a movement, a belief system, but nobody says, hey, I'm going to join a cult today. People get sucked into it.
Flor Edwards was born into the Children of God after her parents, looking for purpose in their lives, joined the sect. Founded in 1968 in California by David Brandt Berg, who followers called Father David. The Children of God believed the apocalypse was at hand. Father David pushed sexual freedom, and he even advocated underage sex and sex between adults and children, all of which have been the subject of numerous documentaries over the years.
I practice what I preach, and I preach sex, boys and girls, hallelujah.
It actually had very innocent beginnings, and Father David, he wanted to change sort of the paradigm of what the traditional church was, the way that they viewed the body or the way that they viewed sex, he thought was wrong.
God created boys and girls able to have children by about the age of 12. My God, now he's going to advocate childhood sex. Yes.
For a time, Father David also advocated what he called flirty fishing, using women members to recruit for the sect.
They used their bodies. They would, recruit men and have sex with them and sometimes get donations from them.
Flor writes in her newly published memoir that she was spared the sexual abuses of the cult, but Father David's preaching about the apocalypse weighed heavy on her. According to the cult leader, the world would end in 1993, when Flor would be a mere 12 years old.
I definitely lived my childhood quite terrified of death and at the end time.
Father David also believed Western civilization was evil, so he sent many of his followers to the Far East, Flor's family included. In Thailand, the Children of God grew up in seclusion, cut off from the wider world.
We always had to have houses with high walls, and I wasn't allowed to read, write, watch movies, or talk to anyone outside of the group.
When the world didn't end as Father David predicted, he allowed his followers to move back to the States, but then he died a year later.
After Father David died, the cult sort of started to disintegrate.
Settling in California, Flor says life with newfound freedoms was tough. She began experimenting with alcohol and marijuana.
I was just trying to numb any type of pain. Things were very rough, and I did try to take my life.
Flor survived an attempted alcohol and painkiller overdose, but some of the Children of God weren't as lucky. Ricky Rodriguez was Father David's adopted son. He claimed horrific abuse and documented his downward spiral on home video.
there's this need that I have. This need, it's not a want, it's a need, and I wish it wasn't, but it is. It's a need for revenge.
In 2005, when he was 29, Ricky Rodriguez stabbed his former nanny to death, then shot and killed himself.
When he died, it sent shockwaves through the second-generation members.
Though Fleur never met them, other second-generation members who were also able to escape the cult included Rose McGowan and River and Joaquin Phoenix. So what does Fleur believe is the biggest lesson learned?
You must save yourself or you will remain unsaved. A lot of religions, that's part of the downfall, is that they kind of look to something else to save them. And I think in the end, we all have to save ourselves.
Fleur Edwards' memoir, Apocalypse.
So,
like when
Ricky
you
Rodriguez
see
is
that,
a friend of mine.
So Ricky Rodriguez, you actually grew up with him, kind of knew him.
They had certain people were considered kind of a celebrity status. I don't know if you have ever heard of Jeremy Spencer. He used to be the lead guitar player for. Okay, so Ricky is my friend. I knew him growing up only through publishings and things like this. I had spoken with him 3 days before he made this video, and I didn't think he was going to do what he did. I really didn't.
So when you see that, like if you watch that and see those images, hear the things,
it's hard. I loved him. I mean,
but the whole thing, like seeing the leader, just looks like a creep.
He is a creep. He's a creep. He would have children, such as myself, dress up and do very sexually charged things on video and send them to him.
Were you ever with the leader guy yourself?
Never met him. Never met him. Most of us never met him.
So from afar, even back then, you had to use technology. You're basically recording yourself and sending it to him, and then you have no idea what was done with it.
Yeah, and I've seen it. I've seen things.
And your parents at the time, they were on board with all this? Did they think that was God's will? Or
yeah, because my parents are decent human beings, and lots of people say, how do you talk to them even? My parents are decent human beings. A lot of them are. A lot of these parents were. He didn't know his biological father because his mother was a flirty fish that they were talking about, and she went up and slept with his biological father because Moses David was too old to have fathered him. But it wasn't as though you had a choice. You didn't think, but you didn't know. You just didn't know that anything was wrong.
Well, I know growing up in it, but I mean, your parents were. What do you think they appealed to them? What do you think appeals to people?
I think for them it was starting off of they wanted to do good in the world. They love. Is someone calling?
Yeah, I was going to let you finish your sentence, but we'll see who it is, because looks like it's from somebody from Genevieve.
Hi.
Well, what's up, Florida? Hello. Damn, I might have been a telemarketer I could have fucked with. I like to mess with telemarketers. Often I get the telemarketing calls and I like to mess with them, but I thought that was maybe somebody calling with a question, or I thought maybe it was one of your people calling.
One of my people calling is Genevieve, so maybe it was.
And maybe it was, though. I said, what's up, Florida? Maybe that wasn't a good enough. Like, my name's not Florida. My name's Jerusalem.
So speaking of names, they give their kids lots of different names. The problem is that a lot of children were very abused, and there's not a whole lot you could do about it because first of all, the statute of limitations runs out in certain places, and something that happened to you maybe in Greece wouldn't. There's no jurisdiction to do anything about it in Florida. Mm-hmm. Something that happened to you in California, it wouldn't matter if you were in New York because there's no jurisdiction. And not only that, no one went by their real name. We didn't know people's real names. Very rarely did we find out people's real names. My parents had different names. I had a different name.
Did you call your parents by their different name?
He had a different name.
Did you have to do that?
No, I called them mom and dad.
Okay.
But like for instance, he had a different name growing up. His legal name is Ricky Rodriguez, but he was Davidito growing up, which is Davidito is the Spanish word for little David, which is the leader of the sun. He was the leader of the sun.
Adopted. Did that guy have any biological kids that you know of? The leader?
Yes, he had 4 children. Deborah. Deborah wrote a book about him. He left. He had sex with his own daughter, and
oh, really?
And his other daughter, Faithy. That was her name, and he had 2 sons, Aaron and Hosea. So Hosea was not a very good man. I'm friends with his children now, and they say, they've forgiven him, and he has, he's very remorseful. My parents are the most remorseful people on the planet. My parents never beat me, ever. They were often, remember I said I was privileged because if you were leadership's kids, you were treated a little better, and I was. So
my brain's horrible.
What?
I'm like, so they use lubrication? Like, I don't know.
No.
I know it's bad to say, but for real, like, they're psychopaths. I don't understand why. Like Toonces is saying, emotional beatings are much worse. That's what I say.
Emotional beatings are worse.
Physical wounds heal. Emotional ones are.
There were many places where they physically beat them.
Was it a known thing? Like, was there certain beatings for certain things?
Yes.
Like, you got this many lashes for this, or
yes. So it wasn't all around generic. If you talk to, like, I'm on lots of groups with people who I'm considered a SGA, which my parents are FGAs, first generation adults. I'm an SGA, second generation adult. Now we have third generation adults. Why the second generation didn't leave before having children, who fucking knows? But they put such fear into you that you don't know what will happen if you leave. You don't know anything. It took me years to adjust to just having normal conversations with people without them looking at me weirdly. Like, I didn't know I shouldn't say things like that. And, lots of things.
Well, you were young and you grew up in it, so that's understandable. You like, this is just what your world is.
It's just what you didn't think it was weird for someone to molest you.
What do you think appeals to the adults that go? Like, what do you think major? Okay,
I think they wanted to do good, and I think they started off. But like with any cult, they'll get you in by, hey, we're getting these hippies off the streets. We're going to help. We're going to go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature, and these things in the Bible that they've preached. But then they start this Moses David. He was an alcoholic, admitted. But in the Bible it says, old men shall have dreams and young men shall see visions, and they're prophets. He was old. He would have dreams. But the man was an alcoholic. He would go to sleep drunk, wake up, and have his wife interpret his dreams and write them all down. And he thought that was the Lord speaking to him. You see what I'm saying? So that would become part of the writings. And, well, they believed him, and, yep, the Lord must be talking to him. And so we're just going to go with it.
So they're asking, do you think that do you think they wanted to do good?
I believe they wanted to do good.
But then you have to know, man, when
when they started off, they wanted to do good. And because they believed so much that he was a prophet of the Lord, well,
he couldn't do any wrong.
He couldn't do any wrong,
Yeah, but then you have to know when they start going to, hey, let's fondle little kids.
The reason for this was, and I tried explaining this to someone, well, you played it in the clip earlier. Do you remember David Burke was saying, well, God created children to be able to have orgasms as newborn babies, and they can have children at the age of 12 even. So if the Lord made people able to have sex and have orgasms and have children at that young age, then they should.
So it's almost kind of sort of like Joel Osteen takes one sentence from a Bible and then he
twists it.
You don't read all the stuff around it.
Right.
It doesn't fully say that.
Right.
He's picking it up. That's all right. People talk about him and they're like, oh, he's a snake oil salesman. I go, no, he believes what he's saying. That guy believes what he's saying, just like I'm sure that lunatic believes.
Okay, so yes. Okay, so he did arrange marriages. Okay.
Yeah, man named Teresa. Didn't David arrange marriages?
He did. So there were people that they didn't want to get married, but for whatever reason said, you know what, I had a dream last night. You two, you're getting married.
And they would go, must be from the Lord. He's anointed.
Yep.
The oil's been poured on his head.
There's a book that just came out recently and written by a woman about a little younger than me. And her parents were in France, and he said, all right, we're having a big mass wedding, and we're pairing you up. You know, the Lord has showed me you two are together, you two are together, you two. And they had kids, and they ended up getting divorced later. But, you know, if you didn't want to pick out your husband, some of these people, they didn't believe in having sex in the beginning. They made them sleep in different rooms. My parents were virgins when they got married. Sorry, Mom and Dad, if you're listening, but for 2 weeks after.
I think their parents would be proud. They were virgins when they got married.
Yeah, they were. But, so it's, my son goes through, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read it at the same time.
Yeah, Red Beard says that if he ever heard of this shit, he'd kill fucking priests. Have you ever heard this going on?
You would think this, but here's the thing. Their teachings were anything done in love was okay. So while I was sexually abused, I was never hurt. It felt weird to me. I didn't like it. I felt not right. But like Ricky Rodriguez, you saw the pictures of him in bed with his nannies that were sleeping, and that was taught to us. So we didn't know it was wrong, but anything done in the name of love was fine. So,
do you like at what age did they start with the children? I mean, what would you think the youngest was?
Here's the thing: they only got away with it for so long because then they got caught and they got found out. Kids were having babies at 12 years old, and then they didn't want to be persecuted anymore. So, again, they changed their name and things like that. So, Rick, right there, he and I are the same age. If you go on and watch his video, he'll say, I can't imagine being a woman. With what happened to me, I can't imagine what it was like for girls my age because they just did not have a choice. But I would say 5.
They would start with 5, and then that was just...
But by the time I was about 10, they said they've changed the rules, and we're like, we can't do this anymore. The outside world doesn't understand. They called anyone who was not in the children of God was a systemite. So
yeah, did they actually get you all believing that for sure? Like
yes.
people that. So how are you supposed to? Did they go from hey, we're sharing the gospel to these people are enemies and not sharing the gospel, or were you still supposed to be evangelizing at the same time?
We're evangelizing, but there were certain books that he would write that if you were a babe, meaning you were new to joining the children of God, you were only allowed to read so many books. And then as you got that going, you were allowed to read another set of books. And once you bought that, it's
like Scientology.
It's just
literally
move you on.
Scientology, they have courses and you slowly find out more as you go along.
Exactly.
And then as you get to the end, you find out about Xenu and the fucking aliens,
right.
And you're so entrenched, you're like, well, I guess this is...
Well, lots of people, too, they don't understand. It wasn't as though I thought there was anything wrong because I didn't know, and I remember as a child feeling some shame about it only because why wasn't I allowed to tell my grandparents? Why wasn't we didn't go to school. We weren't allowed to go to school.
Did you know about school? Like
I knew what it was.
You knew?
I knew what it was. I could read and write. My parents taught me at a very early age to read and write because it was very important because we didn't have the internet and things like that. So all of our publishings were with books. So we would get new pubs, they called them, all the time. So you had to be able to learn how to read and write and things like that. But as far as math or anything else went, nothing. Absolutely nothing. So when I moved to the States, I was 15 and I wanted to go to high school. And my parents didn't think that I would get in, and I didn't. I went over to Gulf High School, and
got rejected from Gulf. Golf's not a very good school around here.
We all know this.
Yeah. People in this area, Gulf is not a good school whatsoever. They're not good in athletics. They're not good in scholastics.
But I was rejected from Gulf High School because they looked at me and said, "We want to talk to you for a minute. We're very confused as to how you have the grammar and English of a college graduate, but everything else, you're like a third grader. You will never fit in with your peers. You never will. And we don't understand how this happened to you." But I'm the oldest, and I didn't want to get my parents in trouble, so I didn't do that. So I went to beauty school instead. But when I was older, my husband, I told you before, I think, I studied, and I finally got a GED.
Yeah, it took you a few times to pass the GED, right?
Right. So.
And that would be hard because that's stuff you'd never grew up with, especially living in another country. A lot of it's like American shit that you're supposed to know.
People would say things, and I think my parents even were robbed of knowing things. And it sounds weird to say, "Oh, your parents." My parents were not that bright. I love them.
What were their professions? Did they have professions before they gave in to joining the Children of God?
No, because they were teenagers. No.
Oh, really? They were that young?
My mom was. She failed chemistry. Hey, Ryan. My mom failed chemistry or something like that when she wanted to become a nurse. My father had to have permission to marry my mother because he was so young.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my dad's a lot younger than my mother. But they did really well. They decided when they left, my mom went to nursing school, and then my dad went to school.
Yeah, so just so everybody knows, she was born in the States, in Binghamton, New York. Her parents joined the Children of God cult and then moved to Europe. Popped around Europe. The parents actually left the cult, and then she was born, had a heart condition, so they prayed to the Lord and said, "If you heal her, we will go back into the cult." And she got healed, and they went back. Of course, they didn't think we're going back to the cult. They said, "We'll go back to the Children of God."
Right.
Went back. So how long did it take for them to realize we need to get the hell out of here? Because her parents are out too, as well as her. And
right. All of my parents decided to leave when I was 15. I was very lucky. I didn't have to just leave them. For me, it was very hard to not be with my parents when I was 13. Usually between the ages of 12 and 13, you're taken away from your parents and usually sent to what they would call teen training camps. I was very lucky because of who my parents were that I got to go to London. One of my sisters went with me. So we went, and we were there for 6 months doing this end time training thing. They weren't abusive to us or anything, like that. But I was very homesick. If you have never been away from your mom and dad, like you didn't go to school, you didn't do anything. I missed my father especially so very much. And telephones weren't a big thing. You weren't really allowed to be talking to people. They didn't give me all the letters from my parents because every time they did, it made me cry. Well, my father called the home I was living in London. It was my sister's birthday. And the woman left the room, and I picked up that phone from my sister, and I said, "Come get me. Come get me. I can't do this. I can't." He's like, "Are they being mean to you? Are they doing anything?" I said, "No, Daddy, I just miss you. I was just a little girl." And he came and got me, and he got in trouble for doing so. And
did he have to sneak out to go get you? Like, was it
he did? I'm
crossing
sure he
enemy
did.
lines
I'm sure he did something he shouldn't have done, because when we got back, he was in trouble, and they said, "You shouldn't have done that. We're sending Holland to Romania." And my dad said, "No, you're not. We're leaving," and that was that.
Now, when people would try to leave, would they try to keep them? Like, you're
No.
not going anywhere? Or
No.
they were like,
No.
God's will, have at it?
You know, they called you a backslider. They didn't treat us like shit or anything like that. But we just, this isn't for us, and we're going. They also had a problem with my mom's close relationship with her family. They started saying they couldn't be calling the house anymore and things like that.
Did family members ever come and visit that weren't part of the...
Yes, several times, my grandparents.
And do they
They knew.
Oh, they knew what was going on, basically, or...
Later in life, I had a discussion with my grandmother, and I said, "Why didn't you try to take us?" And she said, "I had one daughter, one, and I knew if I did that, then I'd have lost her."
Yeah, but I would think she was already lost in a roundabout way.
Didn't matter.
Didn't
matter.
But you can see that, right?
No, I do.
You've already lost her, so you should actually be helping find her, even though she thinks she got found by being in there. I mean, do you have any idea how the origins? Did he just go on the street corner and start spouting his... I guess it wasn't even madness because it originally started, you said, as good.
Yeah, they were getting kids that were all on drugs and heroin and getting them off the streets and feeding them and saying, "Hey, there's a better way to live."
I truly want
Jesus is there.
Is that a God complex just with inside these people? Do they get corrupted by their power? Do they give in to the devil? Like, I wonder what actually makes them change.
They don't, though. That's the thing. And I think it's just he was an alcoholic and he got crazy and he went on this power trip, and then he had all these perversions. He was sleeping with his own daughter. He married one of his grandchildren. Her name was Mary Berg. She is deceased. She had some health issues later in life, and she died, I think, 2 years ago. And
it's so many. I tell people I don't like groups, man. I'm not a fan of groups because they always end up having an agenda for themselves and it excludes other people, and they always get co-opted and everything.
Do you know these people have money, though? Here's the thing. So many people, like my parents. Now, there are good people. These are not all bad people, okay? I have friends who had great parents. They didn't abuse them. They did what they thought was right. They didn't do it to be malicious or evil or anything like that. But now these people are people that people my age are going to have to be taken care of because they didn't work their whole lives. They have no Social Security. They have nothing. And do you know how hard it is for them to say, "Man, that I wasted." I've had him tell me, "I've wasted my life doing this," and it's got to be hard for them,
You said you forgave your parents.
Absolutely.
And your siblings did as well.
Yes.
So, what percentage of people do you think have forgiven their parents?
Not a lot.
I would think so. It's
Not a
hard,
lot.
man.
Not a
Forgiveness
lot.
is
not a lot. But if you had really made some serious bad judgments and you knew looking at someone's eyes that they were truly sorry, how could you not? I mean, if you had done something you were really sorry for, how could you not forgive, And you can't take it back, though. You can't take it back.
Yeah, you can't forget, though,
No.
obviously. How
but
could you ever forget?
Like Ricky over here. Okay. So...
Is there parts in here that would be worth?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
So this Ricky Rodriguez was
He's
the
deceased.
adopted child of the leader, correct?
Right,
And the
right.
leader's name was?
David Berg.
David Berg. Creep, obviously. So he adopted Ricky and then allowed Ricky to be abused by
Lots of people.
male
not
and
only that-
female alike.
No, they don't. Okay, that's the other thing.
Oh, you did tell me that. Like, they're cool with lesbians, but
Cool with lesbians.
men on men sex.
Men on men sex, no.
That's of the devil, but
Yeah, yeah.
have at it, ladies.
Yeah,
That
basically.
should make you maybe go, think a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was taken advantage of. Some people would say, dude, there's, I think it was, I forget who it was. Oprah said that. Did you hear her comment about the about like basically child molesters being good at what they do, or it was something fucking strange, man. Where she, but because it is a little bit different with men.
It's called grooming. So
yeah, how old was he when they started? Do you think
he and I are the same age? So if you see those pictures, you see a little boy, 4 or 5 years old. It just, you played it earlier. So, but they didn't molest every child. My sisters were not abused. They kind of did away with it after a certain age.
But prior to the doing away with it, was it basically every child was being abused?
No,
or it was
not
just
like that, because not everybody who are in there were. You have to understand how many people were involved in this group. People were just like out and out. I'm not touching a child. What the fuck is wrong with you? No, you can't have that many people agreeing to do all this garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Just think about it. But
I actually want to find that Oprah clip, because there's some weird stuff they've talked about with kids. Who knows if it's even on. If anybody can find that, will you please do? I know a lot of you have these clips easily accessible. If you know what I'm talking about, Oprah's talking about something like child molesters, and said she almost said it was like, oh, not that bad if they were any good at what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? That was almost the gist of what she was saying. I don't know how to actually find that, because literally so many things have been scrubbed from YouTube. There's so many videos that used to be able to just like a couple words you'd type in, bump, you'd find it
easier,
and now just
harder.
No. It's not pro child molesters, but yeah, YouTube likes to protect their fucking buddies. Here we go. I actually found it.
Part of the confusion and shame for child. Many people don't.
Oprah's a piece of shit, if y'all didn't realize that. For real, she is.
This is what so many people don't understand. A big part of the confusion and shame for child victims is that the attention and the seduction from the predator, who is probably going to be somebody you know.
Right.
In order for it to work, it has to be somebody you know, somebody you admire, somebody you respect, or maybe even love. And it feels good. I mean, if you're 7 years old and somebody, which I was trying to say this to my friends who had children, you're 7 years old and someone is stroking your penis, it feels good.
Right.
Even though you don't have a name for what that is, it feels good.
Yeah.
And when I first said this years ago, people were like, you're crazy, because everybody wants to believe it's like sexual assault and you're being thrown up against the wall and
It's
you're
not
being
like-
raped.
yeah.
And I have said for years, if the abuser is any good, you won't even know it's happened. You will be
I don't know,
in
that's
it
just a
and you won't.
fucking freaky
And
comment.
I have said
It's
for
not-
years,
it's-
if the
it's true,
abuser
though,
is any
honestly.
good, you won't even know it's happened. You will be in it and you won't even know it's happened. And if the abuser is any good, he or she is going to make you feel like you're a part of it. I mean, enough.
But that's not true with everybody, because there's a lot of people, they feel shamed the instant that
I
stuff's
was shamed,
done.
but I was shamed only because I was told I wasn't allowed to talk about it with anyone else. And so I thought to myself, well, you're not allowed to talk about it, there must be some reason why you can't talk about it. But then I was brainwashed into believing, well, it's just because others don't understand and we don't want to get in trouble.
See, I agree with Redbeard. Redbeard said I didn't even know how to jerk off until I was 13. I didn't even jerk off until I was 15, like that. But I grew up a Catholic, so I actually had that Catholic guilt that if I did something sexual, you know what I'm saying? So that's the weirdness
different.
that I grew up in.
That's right.
And that was me feeling, I don't know if it was from being a Catholic growing up or if I actually would feel that as a child, because I would think just, I don't know, 5 years old, and especially if somebody's older. But then if you're growing up in that, I mean, if you're 3 years old and a person's playing with you, then that's just normal, I guess. So
I tried explaining that to someone one time, and they're like, no, I don't think that's true. And then this person looked it up and said, oh my God, I had no idea. And that is true. You're capable of, their reasoning was, if you're capable of having an orgasm, then clearly the Lord made you to do so.
Yeah, but there's some women that never have an orgasm.
All right,
so
that
how,
is so true. That
so
is
how could
true.
you be 10? And I mean, can women orgasm at 10? I would think 10.
They can.
Really? 10 years
They
old?
can.
Is it a true or seriously? There's women that have never
They
had
can.
one, so that's weird that young children would be able to.
They can.
And especially a lot of it's psychological with women.
With
you know what
women
I'm
it
saying?
is,
It's more
yes, it
psychological,
is,
so I would think it would be more difficult. I can understand men. I mean, in all honesty, if a guy that hates gays could probably be jerked off by a man and get off. That's the way a lot of men are.
Because that's how men are.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if the guy is doing a good job and he's like, I hate homosexuals, don't touch me, they still may be able to. But then I argue, I don't know how people rape people in prison because I couldn't rape a female, let alone a man's ass in jail. I don't know how. I don't know how I would keep a heart on.
Yeah,
For real. Like,
I know.
Get over here. You're having to like fight and wrestle with them. It's like, I would think the fighting and wrestling would not be but then again, people, I'm not that way, so I have no idea. Granny said something about he was 8 and he blew a load. Michaela said jacuzzi jet for herself was her first. I've talked about that about Shannon. Shannon said when she was young, like riding rope swings, like on a rope swing, she said it actually, she just knew something felt good down there. Didn't know what it was, but she just knew it felt good. I mentioned that before, and some women were like, what? And I'm like, well, look, Michaela said she used a jacuzzi jet. Was that on purpose, Michaela? Where you're like, hey, or did you just happen to sit there for a little bit and we're like, oh my gosh.
And then when they came out with the shower hoses with the heads that came off.
I have a joke about that. Patriot X says, I think Oprah said that if a gay man jerks you off, then you won't even realize he's gay. Won't even realize he's gay. JJ Dewey, I understand. How do you though, man? Seriously, how do you do that? I know some prisoners get off, but how is that inside of you that... Because I try to rape my ass, man. It's going to take a lot. People would have to hold me down. One person couldn't do it. They couldn't do it because of how that area is. It's not easily accessible. One person could not do that. Multiple people would have to hold me down, and there's no way. I don't know how. The Upchucker says climbing the ropes in gym class. Yeah, I think people got that too. Like women got it from different things down there because it makes sense. It's right there. Scruffy D says, I don't think it's sexual. They just get off on the power they have over others. Well, I don't know how much power that is when you're having to force. Like, I enjoy the power of being wanted. I think there's more power in that, actually having somebody want you than forcing yourself upon somebody.
Yeah,
but
no, totally.
that makes no fucking sense whatsoever. So, and Patriot X saying, yeah, they literally get off on power. So I know you're a smoker. Do you want to take
Yes, I do.
a quick little break? She's a smoker. She's addicted still. We got to get her. You're almost a pariah in society now, man. You realize that you're pretty much not allowed to fucking exist.
I know.
So.
I know. Everybody hates it. You know?
Should I just let some of this play while we're out there
why
and let
not?
people?
Because and then come up with questions and ask.
I don't
Call
know.
us.
Should I start at the beginning? What should I actually do? Where do you think would be if you know? Okay, so Ricky Rodriguez, we're gonna take a quick little break. Again, this is Holland. Last name?
Mimo.
Mimo. Okay, isn't it Mimo?
Today.
Okay. So yeah, we'll be back with Holland in just a couple of minutes to talk more about the Children of Cult or Children of. See, I keep calling it the Children of Cult because it is. It's like that's what it sounds so much better.
Family International is what they're known as now.
They're now the Family International, but they were the Children of God. And this is Ricky Rodriguez. He was the adopted son of the leader that started it. And what did he do? He eventually killed.
He was trying to kill his mother.
Okay.
Because he felt responsible in so many ways for being. He was idealized as someone who, this is, we did this to him. This is what you should be doing. And he felt so. He wanted to kill his mother, try to find her, couldn't find her.
He just felt
dirty.
dirty.
Killed one of his. He goes, it's not a want, it's a need, and he needed revenge, and that's what he did.
Okay, I'm going to take a short little break with Holland. We're going to you all listen to Ricky Rodriguez, and Holland knew him. She said she actually talked to him a couple days before he made this video. But yeah, this was kind of a last homage to the world. I'm going to leave this video, then I'm going to go take out one of the people that mistreated me, and then I'm going to sadly take my own life. But Yeah, I'll be back in a handful of minutes. I'm going to let y'all hang out with Ricky while we're gone.
But anyway, you know, it's funny how people don't really seem to care that much when those kind of people start dropping like flies.
And I just so you know, I have the volume up as loud as it'll go. I have the volume up as loud as it'll go, but this is an old school video, so the volume's not the greatest.
Makes the world a safer place. But that's not why I'm doing it, to make the world safer. I'm doing it for justice. I'm doing it for myself. And I'm doing it for a lot of other people who would like to see these fuckers go down. So, anyway, here I am. I've been lucky, though, I guess, in some ways. You know, came here. I was expecting to come here and have to pull sort of like a 47 running kind of thing. Where, you know, to avenge the death of their lord, they had to, you know, become vagrants and, you know, bums, basically. For 2 years or whatever. So I guess I'm lucky I didn't have to wait that long. It just shows how stupid this fucking cultists are, you know? Even after all I wrote, even the last thing that I wrote on Moving On, where I was trying to get some help with this. But you know what? I was kind of glad that I didn't get any help with this, even though I wanted it, because to me, I mean, I was as clear in that as I could be without actually spelling it out. And I'm glad, you know, I'm glad that others of us haven't gotten to the point that I've gotten to where we really don't have anything to lose. You know, I'm happy because what it tells me is that, you know, people still have hope, that they're still going on. This one guy called me the other day, he said that, and he knew what I meant right off the bat from reading that. He said that we're dropping like flies. Well, I don't know if we're exactly dropping that fast, but yeah, people are going out. I don't know. I think it's kind of easy to just one night, you know, just one day, just decide to end it, just do it. But I think it's pretty fucking hard to do what I'm trying to do, and like plan to where I know that, you know, not really knowing when, but soon I'm gonna have to go. I don't know. It's hard or not. It's a lot harder than I thought it would be. But yeah, I don't really have anything to lose, I think. And I don't want to go through my life the way it is now. I've tried for 4 years. Sure, it's not long. Feels like a fucking lifetime. It feels like a goddamn lifetime to me. And every day, you know, if it had just gotten a little better, even emotionally, mentally for me, it would have been okay. It would have given me hope. But it's gotten worse. Every fucking day has been a little worse than the day before. Kind of reminds me of that movie Office Space, where he's talking to the hypnotherapist. And he says that, he says, every day has been a little worse. And the guy goes, oh, that's fucked up. And then he catches himself and apologizes. But yeah, it's fucked up. It's really fucked up. But hey, it's life. And we're going to play the hand that we're dealt. So, anyway. Like James Penn would say, it's time to get busy living or get busy dying. Yeah, James Penn got busy living. I guess I'm trying to get busy dying. But, you know, people die. They do. Every day. Every day. It's gonna happen to everybody, you know. Sometimes I wish that, you know, I'd get the Braveheart speech from somebody. But it's true, you know. I feel like we're in a war here. It's not necessarily a literal war, like I'm making it, but it's a war nonetheless. I feel like every one of us who is left and in some way, speaks out in some way, tries to help somebody, in some way tries to help ourselves, is a soldier in this war. It's a war on terror. Because these fuckers are the real terrorists. You know, Bush and Kerry get up there on their campaign platforms and they both talk about how they're going to hunt down Al-Qaeda terrorists and kill them. And kill them. That's what they said. Hunt them down and kill them. Well, you know, my question is, you know, what about these, you know, fucking perverts? You know, aren't they the real terrorists? Terrorizing little kids? Driving them to suicide? Isn't that like murdering them, basically? If you fuck with their mind so much that they can't go on, they really can't go on. Isn't that like killing them? Fucking bastards. Anyway. It's a war on terror. It's like the military, you know, there's many different branches. There's special ops, so I'm starting to think that I'm sort of in this war. There's the medics. I know some people who are medics. The kind of people who are so cool to be around, who make you feel good about yourself, encourage you. They have their own, God knows they have a lot of their own struggles, but they try to put those aside and help other people. Those are like the medics. There's the people in PSYOPs, psychological warfare, I think. There's the generals, people who are trying to coordinate this effort even now as we speak. You know, they're doing what they can to put together new battles, new court cases, articles, trying to get people aware of what's happening still in many ways. Yeah. So I think we're all part of it. I think we all have our part to play. Yeah. I got in contact with my sister. Well, I consider her my sister because to me she is. She's not flesh and blood. But I'm talking about Davida. Everybody calls her Davida, but actually her name's pronounced Davida. I was with her in Ukraine when she left, and she really felt forced to leave. She could have gone back to the States, I guess. She had no money. The Crows wouldn't let her, you know, they took that back later and said that it wasn't true, but it was. I was there. You know, basically said she couldn't go to any other home in Europe. The home we were in was basically falling apart. She was fucking scared. But I admired her so much for her bravery because she just left in fucking Ukraine. She basically would have one meal a day, sometimes not even that. Her friends would feed her. She was like got into the being, you know, mafia bosses' girlfriends and almost got herself killed. Had a fucking hard life, but she's still going on. She's dancing in New York. Anyway, she calls me sometimes and we talk, tells me the stuff she's going through, and it just breaks my heart, you know, because I want to help her, but there's nothing I can do because it's all up here, you know, the damage has been done. I'm not saying she's crazy, but she has nightmares at night. I guess a lot of us do. I have nightmares, not really about the same things, but about the cult. She has nightmares about, you know, being dragged out of bed in the middle of the night to go have sex with Berg. God damn. I can only imagine what my sister goes through. I was telling somebody today how different my sister, This Is Tetchy, became after the Tetchy series. It's just so sad to watch that. To see her retreat into herself. And now Sue calls me today, tells me how great, my sister's doing. That's been actually one of the hardest things lately for me, is to have to, pretend like I'm making peace with these fucking perverts. You just want to grab them and rip their throat out. And, I gotta be nice. Started with Gabe and Amy. Man, they have so much blood on their hands. It's not even fucking funny. Hope somebody takes them out. 'Cause I don't think it's gonna be me. I definitely don't think I'm gonna get that far. But somebody's gotta take them out, those fuckers. Anyway, I gotta talk to them on the phone, tell them all about myself, try to be nice. Then, Joy, Trust, Angela, Lusty Trusty, whatever her fucking name is. She calls me, and, I have to do the whole thing with her again. So, anyway. She tells me my sister's doing good. Yeah, right. I was talking with somebody else. We were talking about, because we sort of left around the same time, I guess. She was at my mom's place for longer than I was, though. Talking about my sister and what a sad little thing she was back then. I can only imagine how bad it is now. Anyway. My mom's going to pay for that. She's going to pay dearly, one way or another. If I don't get to her, and life goes on, I'm going to keep hunting her in the next life, let me tell you. And I want to keep going until somebody gets her, I get her. Justice will be done, believe me. It's only a matter of time. Somehow, some way, it's going to happen. I'm going to try to do my part. We'll see what happens and go from there. As my boss always says. We'll see what happens, Rick, and then we'll go from there. He's such a cool guy. He's like the best boss in the world, I think. And that's actually one of my main regrets here, having to do this, is to have to leave him, desert him, because I know he needs me. He has other guys working with him, thankfully, or it would make it so much harder for me to do this. But still, I wrote him a long note, tried to explain what little I could. What can you say, What can you say?
So again, you were watching Ricky Rodriguez. Ricky Rodriguez was the adopted son of the leader. Again, I forget his name.
Let me
such a douchebag.
Let me explain this. Okay. So,
well, let me actually say who you are. This is, in case anybody else tuned in while we were taking a little break, this is Holland. It's Memo, right?
Yeah.
Is it not? Because you say that's no. Okay, say your name, how you would pronounce it.
Holland, my current name?
Yes.
Holland Memo.
Okay, that's what I'm saying, right? Okay, it's Memo. I got it correct. Yeah, she's joining us and she's talking about the Children of God cult. And I thought we were going to be able to talk about stories and whatnot, just about what's going on in the world. I don't know if we ever get to that. So I'll let you say who this was and what you know about him.
Okay. Okay. So this is Ricky Rodriguez. I knew him growing up as Davidito. He was I wouldn't say he's the adopted child. His wife was married. They believed in having more than one husband and wife, and they believed in sharing. Sharing means...
Well, he wasn't the biological father of the...
He wasn't the biological father, but he knew that, He had 4 biological children himself, and then he had 2 other children, Davidito and Tachi. Tachi is... She's not well. But anyway, so he was somewhat, because he's a second generation. I'm a second generation. Ricky and I were the same age.
So that means they were the second generation of the founders.
Right. Right. So, and I'm an SGA. He's an SGA. So he couldn't, it's not that he couldn't forgive. It's that he felt responsible because a lot of the publishings that were done to promote the having sex with children and how they were raised and stuff. There was a book called, it was about raising Davidito. And there were photos of him being molested by women. Very graphic. I remember them. After a while, we got in trouble.
What was the point of that book? So the person you're all watching, Ricky Rodriguez, he was one of the...
An example of how you should raise your children.
So that was actually like a paint by numbers in a
Exactly.
roundabout way, but
Exactly.
was it all sexual?
Pretty much.
So there was a book that was of him with
Right.
multiple people.
Multiple women.
Multiple women.
Because you weren't allowed to have gay
And
sex.
older, I'm guessing, right?
Oh, his own mother, his nannies.
I know. That's...
His nannies,
I'm sorry, but just, the books, the How to Molest Children for Dummies. Like...
That's what it is. If
And
you,
was
you
there-
can look it up too.
Was there
It's
Bible verses? Like stuff along with...
Oh yeah, because there's always
raise them in a way that they should go and...
raise your
then they
child in
can
the way they should go. And
do
when
the
they're
same
old,
thing.
they will not depart therefrom.
Exactly, yeah. They can do the same thing,
Yeah.
kind of. That's interesting. Can I just say yesterday for the people that are listening, I this is from the Bible because I was talking about that. I showed a clip of, sorry to interrupt you, but
No,
I'm
please.
curious your opinion on this too. So it was, I think I got rid of it so I wouldn't even be able to show it, but it was this woman that was probably in her 70s, approaching her 80s, I'm guessing. She was so excited, her and her husband, to get a picture with Trump. Like they were kind of, the Secret Services, they were kind of blocking them and
Why?
because he's walking along, but he was nice and took a picture with him. But they were just so excited. I'm like, I don't know. I don't understand that. And I said, that says in the Bible, you're not supposed to be a respecter of persons.
You can't.
Because that's actually you looking at them like they're
putting it
differently.
like they're God or something.
Yeah.
It's so.
And that's
terrible.
anybody, like a celebrity. Somebody said Tom Brady yesterday, or I said I grew up, I went to football camp, so I was around a lot of different athletes, and I never really looked at them like, oh, like they're on a pedestal. Even when I was younger, I still was like, they're just another human.
That's it. They're another human being.
So you're not supposed to be a respecter of persons. That's actually from the
Right. It
Bible.
is. It
That
is.
that means you don't go along and go, oh my gosh, it's Joe Biden or it's Kamala Harris
no.
or anybody, even a guitar player. I mean, you couldn't enjoy like, dude, you're awesome at what you do, but to actually put them on a pedestal, I don't know, it's a weird thing to me, man. Sorry to interrupt with that. But, so
No, but it's true.
But
Like
they
you're
made
not supposed to.
They made a book, and it actually
And
had
these are
Bible
Republicans,
verses.
and
Well, did they vote Republican that way? If they were they? So, do you think there's any people that are part of this that are quietly a part of it, and then they live normal lives?
all right, I got to tell you something. So as time went on, they have quite, for the most part, broken up. They're not as popular as they were, and so the thing is, Patrick, is that so many bad things went down, and people are realizing, man, like I was telling you before, that they have no way to retire. These people are not educated people. We are all going to have to be taking care of our parents, all of us, because of this, And I do believe, like, okay, I had food on the table. Sometimes wasn't the best food, but I believe in taking care of your parents. But all of these people who join these cults have nothing for themselves now. They really don't. They have nothing. And they're a lot of them very remorseful. Some of them not so much. So there are different groups in place where you can go online and talk to them. And some of them you have to have been in the cult to be party to it. But it's very difficult for some to forgive their parents. Like, really, like, it is so hard.
Well, back to Ricky. So that was just, he wanted to just get revenge. What do you think it was ultimately just on anybody?
No.
Or
no.
it was specific?
He wanted his mother, Zerby. So Karen Zerby. Karen. Hello. A Karen.
There you go.
Shocking.
That was they gave her that name, though. That's probably the origination of her.
No, her name is Karen Zerby.
Oh, her real name is? She didn't have to change her
We
name?
didn't know her name. We always called her Maria.
Okay.
In fact, one of my sisters is named Candle Maria. Lots of people were named Maria because of that. But anyways, Karen Zerby, she is alive. She runs a thing. But these people accumulated so much money. Do you know there were times somebody was talking about me. She knows me really well, knows my family. She said, well, Holland was a vegetarian for most of her life. And I said, what? Well, yeah, your father told me you guys were mostly vegetarians. I said, do you know why? Because we didn't have money for meat. We didn't have money. Well, weren't you singing on street corners and begging for money? And yeah, but meat's expensive and we couldn't afford it. But we had to tithe. If we didn't tithe and give 10% of whatever I made on that fucking street corner or sitting on some old man's lap in a fucking bar at 3:00 in the morning to give me money.
And how old were you doing that? Sitting on a man's lap in a bar at 3 a.m?
10, 9,
Really?
8.
In other countries, they're different in other countries, aren't they? With like the male, female, or just children, I say,
But I'll
and
tell you
adult
what, you know,
relationships. Aren't they a little bit different
yes.
in European?
Oh yeah,
bit
it's
more.
different. I grew up differently. So, like, I remember the first time being drunk, which a lot of people can't, but I do. I was 6.
Are you fucking serious?
Do you know what? I didn't know what was wrong
that
with me.
Voluntarily
No,
drunk?
this
or
is
accidentally?
stupidity. My parents are very young, and it wasn't just my parents' fault. We were living at home with a bunch of people, and you know, when your kid, I don't know, maybe you never did this, but you know, when your kid's walking around the house, what are you drinking, Daddy? Can I have a sip of it? You know, no. Next thing you know, you had 5 sips.
No, I don't. I think my grandpa, Mom, if you're listening, didn't Grandpa Page give me drinks of beer when I was younger or not? I cannot remember, but I didn't get drunk until I was 16. I smoked cannabis practically before I got drunk. Like I never wanted to.
You want to hear about cannabis? I didn't know that it was against the law. When I moved to the United States,
you're walking around smoking a spliff.
This is how dumb I am. I said, my dad goes, you smell like you've been smoking. Were you smoking? I said, yeah, my girlfriend makes her own cigarettes. He goes, Holland, you know I don't approve of smoking. What do you mean she makes her own cigarettes? Yeah, it's cheaper. She just, rolls them, make them. Holland, please tell me that you are not that stupid. I said, what? He goes, that wasn't a cigarette. That was marijuana, idiot.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I didn't know. And I said, oh.
You never smoked cannabis, though, in Europe, though? Like
no.
Where?
They
really?
did.
Well, I
they
guess
didn't.
if they're
because they believed
within...
in not hurting your body by things,
Yeah, but that's from God. That's interesting. So if you can make an orgasm,
yeah.
But if it's a plant,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I don't. So how many people do you know that actually, when they were young and whatnot, because I've always had a different mindset with a lot of things that I've looked at stuff differently. Even within Catholicism, I remember being young and like questioning stuff. So
I've questioned.
But what are people that like really were like, what the fuck is going on? Because I was questioning stuff where kids weren't having sex. I think if I was around where kids were having sex, I really would have been questioning that. I didn't grow up in it, so I have no idea.
You wouldn't have because you didn't know any better.
But that's what I'm saying. I grew up in, okay, most people are rah, 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 America. I've never been that. I've never had it inside of me. But you didn't grow up here, so you don't fully know that.
No,
but
I don't feel American. I hate the fact that I have to live here.
Oh, really?
I hate it. I hate this country.
Okay, what do you hate about it? Because we're gonna bother a lot of people probly.
I know. I'm sorry.
And then the fucking these people, and they're letting them vote now.
Hey, guess what? Rest assured, everyone, I don't vote, so you're all good.
I don't vote either, so that people get bothered. That's what I'm saying. Like,
they look at you like you're what the hell is wrong with you?
See, that's
don't.
That's a brainwashing that people don't realize either. They've been brought up thinking that if you step in this fucking thing and go, I saw a lot of his signs, check. I was told, I like telling this story because it makes me laugh. I was told that I wasn't allowed to have an opinion because I don't vote. That's what they said. You're not allowed to have an opinion. And I go, don't you guys like George Carlin? Because he said it's actually the people voting that we should have the problem with, because those of us that didn't participate in it, we're not consenting to all this shit. You all voted for this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So you're bringing the madness on, which ultimately it's the people allowing it. That's what's annoying is people allow it. It has nothing to do with I would say people, you can be a madman spouting orders and whatnot, but until people enforce them and listen to them, it doesn't really matter. So that just blows my mind. Yeah. So this person told me you can't have an opinion if you don't vote. And I go, and one other guy goes, hey, man, we put in the time, we do the research, we know what's going on. And I go, okay, who's your senator? Or I said, who's your person in the House of Representatives in Florida, the state of Florida? Tell me that.
Doesn't know.
And he was like, I was like, how about up in D.C.? And he goes, well, I don't know that. And I laughed. I'm like, you're telling me you're the one that does the fucking research and does the work that you're supposed to do, and you don't even know who your so-called representatives are, and you're going to say something to me, which is very odd. And just because you step, it doesn't really mean anything, man. If you think your voice is counted and heard, I think you're out of your mind. Like, there may be a couple little things, but ultimately they go and do whatever they want to do. So. Napkin Air says touche. I realize this now. I don't think that's how you spell touche, is it?
No. That's touche.
That's hilarious.
Tushy.
Is that actually the speech to text, or did you type that? I mean, I could read. That's what's interesting. I have a friend that argues. This guy's fucking brilliant. Seriously, I wish everybody would read his stuff. If you're on Facebook, go find Don Cooper. Honestly, go find Don Cooper. I'm friends with him. He posts stuff that makes you think.
Do you remember what happened to me last week when you and I were on the radio? I typed in something and I didn't have my glasses because I left them downstairs. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember.
I said,
because I couldn't see it in any of the comments.
I said, if you liking our content, please. Can I say dick?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
You just did, so. Can I say ginger?
I said, dick and share. Dick and share. I said, what the? And Kevin goes, do you know what you just did, Holland? I'm like, I don't know. I left my glasses downstairs.
I shared Don. I've never shared his thing. I'm not kidding, man. Just follow Don. He may make you actually think. I enjoy and appreciate his postings, but he's basically saying Who said Napkinator said touche. It wasn't spelled correctly, but we both realized what it was saying. So Don argues, what's the big fucking deal then? If I communicated what I needed to communicate and you got it, then what the hell's it matter? And I'm like, I'm such a grammar and punctuation Nazi and whatnot that it bothers me. But then part of me goes, well, it's the fucking truth. If he's writing touche, even if it's spelled incorrectly, and I know what the hell he's saying. But then you would argue, well, it's not the same word, so technically it's not what he's saying.
It's not even an English word. It's French.
Yeah.
So who cares?
Fuck the French, man. Fuck the French. Who cares about the French? Okay, sorry. So yeah, we both went on our no voting. Not that many people seem to get bothered. So
they're not mad at us.
But no, what I was saying, I never had the rah 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 America. If you grew up here,
I didn't.
You would see that people have that, and I never had that.
Do you know what?
That would be me going.
Oh my God.
Seriously, that's me kind of going. Hey, why are we fucking little kids? Like, I know most people grow up in that, but there are some that don't. Did you know anybody that did not want to participate and got it? Look, it took you 13 to where you were in London and you said, hey, come and get me. That was you. Some people do it at an earlier age. Yeah. Did you know anybody that really did it at an earlier age where they came out and was like,
no,
fuck you, mom and dad? And they're like, yeah, come on.
No, because the punishments were, I was lucky.
The beatings?
I was never beat, but I know the ramifications. I knew what to say. I knew what to do. I knew how to behave myself because of who my parents were. There were other people who did not. They didn't. And bad things would happen. And I saw it, you know.
How many? So what kind of suicide rates do you think were going on?
Oh my gosh. If you knew now, there's a website that has, it's a staggering number of people my age. If I could remember it right now.
So did you have friends and then next
Killed
day
themselves.
Susie's not there?
Yep.
Or was it?
I had a boyfriend who hung himself with his belt on a doorknob. How do you do that?
I've questioned that forever, man. They do it with a lot of celebrities. I think a lot of them are killed, to be honest with you. I think they fucking kill them and then
he really.
I'm saying with a lot of the celebrities.
All right, so River Phoenix. Okay, so Ricky Rodriguez, we were talking about him.
Mm-hmm.
He actually, after he killed Angela, he drove to the front of a sheriff's office and shot himself in the face.
In front of the sheriff's office.
Yep.
Did he have a note that he had written? Or that was his note, was the
his note,
video?
yeah.
The video was him. And you said you spoke to him a couple days prior.
Because
and
we were
did he
all-
mention anything?
No. And he was actually married and he had a very nice wife. They were separated at the time. They were estranged. Okay, so him.
Wow, I did not know that. Holy shit!
You didn't know that?
No, I knew he was in. No, he reported he lost his virginity at the age of 4.
Okay, so
River Phoenix.
I grew up, same cult with him. So these are not just bullshit lies. Not only that, he has a brother, Joaquin, but that's not his name. His name is Leaf. They changed their names. Their name isn't even Phoenix. Their last name is Bottom, Bottom.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, actually, you basically see in Hollywood being a bottom, but
I mean, their whole family were bottoms. Their parents. Okay, so he grew up performing like I did on the street corners, playing the guitar, singing for money, witnessing, trying to convert people into the children of God. So most of us are quite entertaining because we were taught at a very young age how to be. Another one is, which she's not my favorite, Rose McGowan, but she's. So Rose McGowan also grew up. She lived most of her life, the country next to me, in Italy. I don't think she's Italian though. I think she's American. But yeah, see, River Bottom. That is his name.
I don't know. It's kind of cool, actually, in a way. River Bottom.
Joaquin's name is Leaf.
Leaf Bottom.
Leaf
Bottom. Is it like Leif? Leaf. I'm guessing. I hope it's not Leaf, right?
It was Leaf.
Are they SGAs?
They are SGAs.
So they're second generation.
Yes.
And do you know when they escaped? Did their parents escape?
Yeah, they were a lot younger. Okay, so they were younger when they left, so they didn't have to go through a lot of things. I'm sure they did some. They remember performing on the street corner for money. They remember not having any money. They remember going without money because you had to send money to David Berg in order to be status,
And did the creator, David Berg, travel around?
Oh, yeah. And no one knew where he was.
So did he pop in and go, hey?
No,
and then...
never. We never saw him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they called it, he lived in a Selah. Do you know what Selah?
Like SELAH? I don't know.
Yeah, Selah is a word that they would use to be like, you couldn't know where they were, incognito, I guess you could say. So a lot of times after a while, they stopped allowing their faces to be seen. And then in their publishings, when they would post pictures, who's that?
I have no idea. Jemima Ferris. Just scrolling along. If you're just tuning in, we're talking about the Children of God cult. And Holland was in it for basically 15 years of your life, correct?
Yes.
And
there's a new book that just came out about it. I haven't finished reading it because I've just been really busy. River Phoenix was in it. Rose
Buzzy's
McGowan.
calling in. This should be interesting.
Right.
Good old Buzzy. Buzzy's a truck driver from the good old state of Iowa.
Buzzy.
To accept.
What's up, Buzzy?
Okay, I've been listening to the show off and on because I'm in New Mexico. It fades in and fades out on me. And first of all, I got to say I feel very sorry for what this woman has gone through in her life and the other children, what they've had to go through in that cult. But to get to what she just said a couple minutes ago, she hates this country. But why does she live here? Why did she come here?
I'll tell you
She
why.
hates
I'll tell you why. Because I have an American passport. I have no choice but to be here.
Okay. So why didn't you stay where you was at? I didn't catch that part.
I couldn't. My parents left the Children of God when I was 15. They are American citizens, and I had no choice but American citizens.
Okay, I understand that part.
Okay, and then
I understand that part, but now you're an adult.
But
so I can't
I'm
believe
a
now
mom.
if you hate it so bad.
I'm a mother with 4 children, and I'm a grandmother.
Okay.
I got.
My other point is, okay, I can understand all that. You got children here and all that. I can understand that. But why hate the country? No, you don't like the politics. You hate the politicians. But this country is the best country in the world, in my opinion. Of course,
How many have you lived in, honey?
grew up here, born here.
How many have you lived in?
Well, I lived in Germany, but I was in the military at the time. But other than that, none.
So here's the thing. Until you've lived in a bunch of other countries, you don't know what else is out there. You really don't. I'm not disparaging what you're saying, but I have been.
I watch TV. I see the news.
That's propaganda. I'm
Buzzy,
sorry, honey.
Buzzy.
No.
Don't say that. You watch TV.
No. Now, let me finish. Let me finish, please.
Okay.
Other countries.
I saw The Love Boat.
God, I made me lose my changes. You made me lose my train of thought. God damn it, I'm an old fat bastard driving a truck for 40 fucking years.
Here, Buzzy.
But anyway,
Buzzy, let me step in for a second. Let me ask, what name one thing that you're not a fan of in this country that you would say, like, this is one of the really things that really bother me?
Oh,
Holland.
the healthcare system.
Okay,
that bothers me.
Healthcare system.
No,
so
the politicians.
then Buzzy
Politicians.
says politicians.
Okay, you say politicians. I do not get myself involved because I myself have never felt like I was an American citizen. I don't.
Okay.
So I don't really involve myself in any of that because it's foreign to me.
You say healthcare system. Okay, then I can come back at you as why am I responsible? You want health care for free. A lot of people think that should be a God-given right, health care for
Well,
free.
she didn't say.
I don't believe that.
I don't think she said that.
I believe we should charge more taxes. I think we should pay more taxes.
Huh?
I really do.
Why?
So we can all
It's
have
my money.
Sure, money, but what about everybody?
Everybody can do the same thing I do and so many other people. Get a job. Be able to support yourself. There are jobs out there right now, but people do not want to go get them jobs because the government is giving them more money on unemployment than it would for them to go to work.
That I will agree with you, and it really is.
At one time in my life, I worked 3 jobs when I was younger. 3 jobs.
I
I've
did
cut
too.
down to 2.
I did too. I have been doing hair since I was 15, and I moved to the country.
Socialism does not work. Number one, it does not work.
Ooh, I shouldn't say what.
It's my money.
I shouldn't say other things, but
Taxes
communism.
are theft. Do you agree with that? No, you don't.
No, sorry. I believe communism.
Taxes are theft.
I don't think they're theft. I really don't. The people in Canada don't have these kind of problems, and in other countries, like, okay, my favorite country.
Look at the taxes they pay.
I'm an Irish Scandinavian woman that grew up primarily spending her childhood in Greece. They do not have health care in Greece, but you know what? I can go there, and I can go to the pharmacy, not the doctor, the pharmacy, and say, hey, I'm here right now. I need my Paxil. I lost it at my last hotel. Oh, you take Paxil? Okay, what kind do you want? This. Okay, thank you. I have asthma. I have
Who do you
asthma.
blame for that?
I would think the politicians, that's what Buzzy would be arguing somewhat. The politicians would probably have something to do with that. I would think that's who.
Oh, those are the politicians.
But who's putting in the politicians? Isn't that the
And
so-called
what you going to
country?
say about communism? No.
I'm going to be
the country is the people.
I see, Buzzy.
The majority of America, I will say the majority of Americans are conservatives. They're not these liberals that believe in socialism
They're probably not, but why?
or communism.
But Buzzy, would you ever be down for like Florida's just its own individual entity, kind of like a state? Iowa is its own individual. I mean, that's how the founders, like a lot of people talk about the founding fathers. That's how they designed it more. You know what I'm saying? And we were kind of just supposed to be their own little areas and so-called united together. So I'm kind
United States of America, yes.
But ultimately, like, wouldn't you like to just like Iowa kind of do your own thing? Because your state gets funding from other states. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, and there's some type of
Yes,
so-called
and
socialism.
This is where the federal government. This is where the federal government steps in and say, "Hey, you do it our way, or we cut off your federal funding." And there you go.
Well, I mean, no disrespect. I am not the most educated
It's all about
person.
the money.
I'm not the most educated person.
But she owns a business. She has
Neither am I.
She
Neither am I.
But she has a business, so she no schooling whatsoever, and she was able to come. So couldn't you say that's a good thing that you could do that in this country? Like, are there good things that you like about the United States? What's the best thing you like, probably, that you would say in the United States? You can't think of anything. Well, could you do that in another country?
You do somewhat have a freedom of speech. You do somewhat yet have a freedom of speech. You can badmouth the president and not have to worry about being put in prison or put to death.
Here, with all due respect, sir, I have been in a lot of other countries, and I've never been told you can't say this or you can't say that. I think Americans, it's for some reason we've been told that you're not allowed freedom of speech in other countries, but they have riots and they have things like that, just the same as they do here.
Yeah, no.
You know, and you are allowed to say whatever you want. You really are.
America's so bad.
You what, honey?
He's probably driving through an area that.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me, that he's going out on.
Okay, another one. I'm 61 years old, and I still don't understand that.
Yeah, see,
it's so bad. Why do they still want to come here?
I don't know why anyone would want to come here. I really don't.
Well,
I don't.
That's not only for you to answer. That's up to maybe Patrick can answer that question, or maybe somebody in chat. I don't know.
Why do people come here? Here's what I would say from what I've seen. Okay.
I said a long time ago. I love my country, but I hate my government. And I really do, even though I do vote for basically Republicans, because you really don't have much of a choice unless you want to be a liberal and still have your taxes stolen.
Hey, Buzzy,
your money stole for taxes and everything else.
Let me ask you a question. What exactly is the country? And don't just say the people, because that's not an answer. What exactly is the country when you're like, I love my country? What exactly does that mean?
That means I love the people. Well, not all the people. I can't stand the liberals. I really can't. I can get along with them, but you know, a liberal is not coming to my house and spend the night. I'll tell you that right now.
All right, well, Buzz.
So then how is that? They're part of the country, so then how do you love the country if you don't love part of the country?
Because he doesn't know anything else.
She loves a lot. She dislikes a lot more. So you dislike some things in the country. She just dislikes a lot more than you, and that's based on her experience of living in other countries.
Right, I've lived in more countries. So,
but I don't run around and say I hate this country.
I don't think she's doing that.
I'm not saying it.
No, we're just having a conversation here. And
I hate Mexico. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
I'm just joking.
I love the people, though. Come on over. Keep coming.
It's not that. It's just I know where I have lived, and I don't feel like this is my home. I've never, and unfortunately, because of my parents being American citizens, I have had to live here. But I'd prefer to live elsewhere.
I have the freedom to protect myself.
I have
you got to carry around a big stick or a rock.
You know what? They carry around knives in Greece, just so you know. I mean,
and they're trying to outlaw knives in them other countries.
No, they won't. They won't, and they can't. They can't. And which countries are you referring to? Ireland is a whole different story. That's another story. But so many people say
been to Ireland,
that's the thing. That's the thing. No one can say that because they haven't been there. And I know people will say, "Holland, how dare you say this about America?"
Hey, Buzzy, have you ever talked to somebody from other countries, the things that they believed about America until they moved here? There's some crazy thing. I worked at the Scientology place, and there was multiple people from other countries. And to talk to them, the stuff that they, like some of these people from like northern fucking Europe, and they coming over, and they're like, what they heard and thought, it's not reality. Like weird fucking things, like we all have like fucking Rocky posters, and we put ketchup on fucking everything. Like weird things that it's like, what?
They put cheese on everything.
Yeah, cheese. Like that's seriously. There's weird stuff that
a lot of people.
So that's the same as us. We think things about other countries, and it's like they're not even close to what the fucking reality is.
When you didn't live here, this doesn't feel like your home. You wouldn't. You wouldn't, because I didn't grow up here. I have no choice but to live here.
No, I can understand that.
I have no
not
choice.
Your home. You didn't grow up here.
Right.
That's like you can put it in this aspect. Iowa. I didn't grow up in Iowa. I was born in New Mexico, raised in Illinois, and I moved to Iowa after I got out of the military. New Mexico is not my home. Illinois is more my home than Iowa. Actually, it comes right down to it, because that's where I grew up. But I love Iowa for the simple fact it's not much different as far as the countryside and all that from Illinois, where I live. But the people are so much better, and the government is so much better in Iowa.
Really? Well, I believe you, because you know, you've been there. You love it. Right? You know this because you've had experience living there. I just don't understand
why people come here and then they want to bring their so-called lifestyles from whatever country they come from to here. They can't assimilate anymore.
If I were allowed to leave, I would.
Immigration, legal immigration, I have nothing against. But illegal immigration, I've got everything against it, because number one, it drives down the wages for the jobs, because an immigrant will work for less wages than your average American is willing to work for. So if now the average American wants to go get a decent job, he's got to work for that lower wage.
That
ain't right.
Isn't that kind of the free market, though?
Yeah, it's kind of the free market. But guess what? When I was over in Germany, I talked to a guy over. He was an American. He got out of the military in Germany. He stayed in Germany, and over in Germany at the time, I don't know, not anymore, but at the time, if you was not a natural German, or born in Germany, you got the low end jobs. They would not hire you for the decent jobs. Maybe that's the way it should be here. I don't know.
I'm trying to read through comments.
It's one thing to be, it's okay to be proud of your heritage, where you come from and all this. But if you're going to move to another country, you got to assimilate, learn the laws of the land, and everything like that.
I would say she did, though. Like
the majority of the people in the United States are conservatives. We are not liberals.
Here's the thing. We're having a conversation, and we're talking about her life and then living outside of the United States and whatnot. I don't think she's down going, do you go anywhere and go, this country sucks?
No.
That's what I'm saying. She's not, she's existing in it and not really, just the same as you.
Listen.
She just voiced today that she doesn't
knows,
like.
Everybody knows this. I've been married 4 times and divorced 4 times. If I wanted to leave this country, I could marry someone else and be gone. I could.
Number 5. Number 5 is going to be the one.
Can I ask you this question, though?
Yes, honey.
Are you an American citizen now?
Unfortunately.
Or are you? Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll
give you that much.
Well, she was born here and then moved to Europe, all around Europe, and
my
then
parents are
came back to the States. So, but then again, when's the last time you lived overseas?
Lived or visited?
Either
lived
one.
15. I go there every 2-3 years, maybe.
It's like Phil said, nobody was asked to be born. Exactly.
I know. I wasn't asked to be born, Phil.
That's why I said, I haven't talked to my dad. You talk about forgiveness when I haven't talked to my dad for 13 years, 12 years. Yeah. Really? And so I was like, I didn't fucking choose him. Like, it's Buzzy, do you really love the fucking country when you say you can't stand some of the people in the country?
I love my country. I love where I live at. I love living in Iowa. I will not. A lot of people say, I got to move to Florida. They're so free. Guess what? Iowa is just as free as Florida when you want to come down state by state.
Let me tell you, everything you said there, I feel the same way where I live. So there's no difference in what you're doing and what I'm doing right now, and I'm not the biggest fan of the country because of what's going on.
A lot of people, no. Yeah, there are a lot of the people I don't like. They live in these major cities. They're all liberals.
But then that's...
You're socialist and all that.
Okay, so what do you think's ever going to be done for your dislike? Because they dislike you too. So what do you think's going to be done?
Yeah, we're always going to fight and argue. The government's going to keep us fighting against each other, so they can turn around and do what they want to do, and even have more control over the people. That's what's been going on for years.
I'm fully aware of divide and conquer, but wouldn't you say you participate in it some when you're pointing out you can't stand the liberals, the people in the cities?
Yeah, I participate because I want everybody. I would love to see everybody being a conservative. You know, basically, let me live my life, let me raise my family, leave me the fuck alone.
I don't know. Is that really conservatism,
if I gotta
though?
Pay some taxes, I'll pay some taxes, somewhat, but we are way overtaxed, and everybody knows it.
Oh, I'm aware.
I don't know about that.
Ah, man, you know, in California, if you make $1 million, $1 million, they take like 60%. So you only get $400,000 out of $1 million.
Okay.
$400,000 in California is nothing. That's like a small house in Florida.
Florida don't pay state tax.
Praise the Lord. Thank you.
States,
yes.
Florida is one of the few states that don't pay state tax.
Exactly. I've lived in two of them.
State pays state
the
tax.
State of Washington and the state of Florida.
You don't, yes, and you got your federal taxes, you got your gas tax, you got taxes on your groceries, you got taxes on everything.
Everything. I'm fully aware of that, but that's I know that's where you go with the government because
use tax.
they spend too much fucking money. That scale back the military and then you
buy a house and pay for it.
Hey, let me ask you this, Buzzy.
Nothing at the end of the day.
No, you're gonna. We can't take the fucking anything with you. So do you really own it? Hey, I'm taking this land with me when I die. No, you're not doing it whatsoever.
You buy your house like I bought and paid for my house, my property. It's paid for.
So I'm curious.
But guess what? If I don't pay my property taxes, they come and take it.
Oh, exactly. I'm fully aware of that. That's why I'm wholeheartedly against that shit. But
I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
She has to go to the bathroom.
Thanks.
Okay, so.
Okay.
So yeah, Buzzy, I don't think she's sitting there saying, "Man, this country sucks" and whatnot. She's just lived in other countries and she would like to live there. Just I've never lived in other countries, so I have no idea.
But I've never really lived in other countries except Germany, and that was on American soil, basically, the Army post, which is considered American soil. But the way I understand, most countries are even worse with their taxes and everything else.
A lot of people don't mind it, though. There's a lot of people that don't mind having 80% of their money taken.
Then why don't they stay there or go back there? I know this woman has kids and all that. Well, the kids can come back to America when they can become of age, then, I guess. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. That's not my problem when it comes to that.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's ever going to change in your lifetime, and not my lifetime either, Buzzy.
No, or my kids. Well, it may change in my kids' lifetime and my grandchild's lifetime.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Buzzy. So, based on you saying you love the country, love the people, the fact that the people are allowing this to continue generation after generation after generation, we all accept it. At what point do you start?
People are sheeple.
So then, why do you care about them so much, the country and whatnot? I don't. We need to. I don't know, man. I don't understand.
Because I have hope for the people. I have hope for this country. Now, is it ever going to happen? No, probably not. But yeah, I got to have at least one little strand of hope in human decency, and the human decency is going out the window. It has been for years.
I'm aware, Buzzy. I've grown up, and yes, I pay attention. I know it's changed.
I am a little bit libertarian, but I'm more conservative than libertarian because there's a lot of things I don't agree with, like your drugs or whatever. Libertarians believe, all drugs should be legalized. No, they shouldn't. Marijuana, I don't care. I don't care at all. It should be legalized. I don't care. But I'm talking about like your acid, your meth, and all that addictive type of shit. Because now, okay, it's your right to put in your body what you want. But once you start putting that in your body and you lose everything you got, now you're breaking into my house, stealing my 12-inch black and white TV. Now we got a problem.
Maybe they wouldn't be doing it if it was legal and it was cheaper. You could regulate it. Look what's going on with cannabis. Remember back in the day when the mob. They were doing the rum running and shit. They were fighting against each other with guns because it was illegal. They created a black market. Is Budweiser and Miller shooting at each other when they go to the gas station now? No, because it's all accepted and whatnot. Perhaps if other things were treated that way, if more things were actually available, people wouldn't be doing meth and the heroin. A lot of people went to heroin because the fucking oxys that the doctors were handing out, they became too expensive. But do you know that, Buzzy? A lot of people here, listen to this. You may learn something. Honestly, a lot of people went to heroin because the doctors were handing out these pills. They kind of stopped handing them out, and the pills became too expensive. People went to fucking heroin because of stuff that was technically fucking legal that was being pushed by the doctors that are part of the system that a lot of people don't like. And look, she was saying she could just walk into a pharmacy and go, I take this pill, and they're like, cool. Whereas here, there's a black market. There's fucking guns involved. And
you don't even have to go get a prescription. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I understand all that.
But
it at the end of the day, it ruins lives at the end of the day. Innocent lives, innocent children's lives.
Let me just say one thing. I'm being totally respectful because I know you haven't lived elsewhere and you don't know. But when one of my prescriptions cost me $402 every month, and I have to take it. Last time I was in Greece a year and a half ago.
Did you know? Okay, I understand that.
I didn't go to the doctor.
Medication in this country is way too high.
But I didn't even have to go to the doctor to get the prescription. So I didn't have to pay the doctor. And I went in there and I said, here's what I take. I need this. And
a lot of people may not know. A lot of people may not know this.
30 euros. 30 euros.
Oh, okay.
30 euros.
Okay.
You can't do that here.
Now let me finish this off.
Okay.
With that. No, not now. You was able to, because before Trump got out, he passed a deal where Americans got their drug prescriptions at the same cost, we'll say England, at their lowest price, what they charged England for that prescription.
No, sir.
Trump passed that. And then Biden got elected, if you really want to believe he was elected, through and did away with that.
Sir, do you have medical
insurance?
Follow
the money.
Do you have medical insurance?
Have you what?
Do you have medical insurance?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And I pay for it through my company.
Okay. I don't. I have a company.
Okay.
I'm not an educated person.
And
but one of my medications, I'm on two. I'm not being disrespectful, sir. I just want you to see my side.
I understand. I'm not trying to be disrespectful either.
But I have to work my ass off.
What I think is fair.
But you know what's not fair? That I have to pay 2 of my medications in order for me to live cost over $1,000 a month. Not only that, I have to go to the doctor every 3 months to get them. That isn't right.
Mm-hmm.
When I can go to Greece.
Don't take this the wrong way.
Okay.
Don't take this the wrong way.
No.
But I raised my daughter and let her know one simple little thing. Life isn't fair. It really isn't.
Oh, trust me. Believe me. If anyone knows.
Haven't you heard her fucking story?
He hasn't heard my story.
I know.
Weren't you listening?
I know. I was listening.
I got fucking
sweetie
porn pop-up books from the cult that she was in.
But I don't understand. Okay, well, I don't know you. I am kind of a compassionate person. I really am. A lot of people don't think I am. But what makes it right where I should have to take my hard-earned money and pay for somebody else's health care I don't even know?
We're getting another caller.
Oh, they got to call in on mine.
Okay.
Oh, they have to call in.
Yeah,
okay,
give them my number. Yeah, Buzzy, you had your Sean Hannity moment.
I totally respect you, sir. I know you don't know my shoes.
I should say Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, I know. Not Hannity's going down, right? It's more Tucker now. Dude, I agree with some things. Some people say, some things other people say. I know we all could fucking be better in so many ways, and things could be better. And yeah, just not.
When it comes to healthcare, just real quick. When it comes to healthcare, we could probably have free healthcare if this country and our politicians, I should say, would quit giving all this free money out to the people right now, although it is your money they're giving back, and to other countries that don't even like us. Quit giving the money to other countries.
I'm aware.
Take care of your own first. Take care of your own first.
America owes more money to other countries than we can possibly pay back.
America owes a shitload of money to other
We
countries.
are in so
They
much
borrow
trouble.
money to give. They borrow money to give to other countries. They borrow money from
France,
China to give back to China.
Not to China, honey.
What
no,
the hell's that deal?
Not China. Not China. Not China.
Yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do. But anyway, I suppose we're all going to disagree on some things, agree on others, but God bless America is all I got to say.
Somebody needs to bless America, that's for sure.
Yep. There is a God. Whether you believe it or not, there is a God. Okay, you've been trucking with the buzzard. See me later.
Peace out, Buzzy. Good old Buzzy.
Oh, are you getting another call?
No, not right now. And some people are like, Tom, shut the fuck up, ex-caller. Dude, you want to fucking talk? Fucking talk. I'll let you talk for a little bit. It's a 4-hour show, man. It's a 4-hour show. Anybody want to call in with the opposite talking points? You fuck these damn conservatives out there fucking, you got fucking corn out by your house? Ooh, look at me, I got corn. Oh, I lost my farm. Boo-hoo-hoo. I fucking live in a city where I don't have a fucking car. I've never driven one. Yeah, I know, but Lady K said the story is lost now.
I have to do this. My someone's asked me a question. I didn't know you were on because I thought you were done already.
Toonsis is asking, there's 274 gods. Which one? Hey, Buzzy, you want to call back in with the answer? Why the hell are they talking about Allah? Allah, fucking take your ass. What, coming around here with that Allah shit? We gonna fucking go sit on your little...
You
You're
have
gonna...
so many books here. Have you read all of these books?
Yeah, they're all by Russian, too. That's the thing, too. I like to tell people they're all Russian. Lady K said, which Bible does Buzzy read? Dude, there's a big difference if you just read the Bibles. If you go in the Bibles, the King James Bible to, like, the new one is such a difference. They totally changed the words to where then if you go back to the original shit, it's not even. No, this is going to be scary. This is a no caller ID. I don't know if we can handle a no caller ID.
You could soon.
To accept, press.
Hello?
Go for it. Try to do your
Hello?
hacky joke. Let's hear it.
Yes, who's this blonde? Who's the blonde?
Is this a Ned kick off? You ripping off Ned?
He does sound like Ned.
I think it sounds like Ned a little bit.
Oh, you're getting another call too.
Yeah, it's Buzzy trying to call back.
Oh, okay.
Who's the blonde? You want to say who you are? You can make up something
Hi.
for all I care. This guy's
Okay,
a troll.
You want to know all of my names I've ever had? You can Google me. I've never been arrested or in trouble in my life. My name is Holland, Abaya, Coleman, Richards, Higgins, Richards, Levy, Mimo.
Yeesh. We could use some help on the Cluster F show. Cluster F.
What? I'm sorry.
I need to replace Donna.
I want to fix
Donna's
this.
losing all of her hair. I need to replace her with a blonde.
Oh, well, this blonde looks like a lesbian. Because
She-
look, no fucking hair.
Donna Waters is going bald. I need to replace her. She's untalented anyways.
Some people have no
You want to
idea.
put in an application at Cluster F?
Do you want? She has no idea what Cluster F is. I don't think. Do you? You know who Ned is, though, right?
I know Ned.
Yeah, so she knows who you are, Ned. She doesn't realize that you have your own show.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry.
She's doing a great
Yes,
job.
We're the only homeless.
Dead air.
The only homeless radio show on Twitch.
But fuck you, man. I got the only homeless show on Twitch. I never see you around the McDonald's
number
using the
one.
Wi-Fi. No, I never see you around the McDonald's using the Wi-Fi. And I know the people that use the Wi-Fi. Starbucks. Oh, look at you,
We're at
hoity-toity.
Starbucks.
Acts like
High
you're
end
from
Wesley
fucking...
Chapel, that's right.
Yeah, you act like you're from Zephyr Hills out there in the sticks, but you're going to Starbucks, man. Fuck you. I can't afford that. That's not fair.
That's right. I don't have to pick up after my dogs. Our shit don't stink up here.
I don't even like dogs, man. What do you think about that? I'm not a dog fan. Did you hang up?
Did you hang up?
Buzzy hung up too. I'll tell you, that's a pretty good fucking damn impression right there, man. Freckles. Our dog next door. She agreed, like so many other people, that I need a haircut. She actually cuts hair, and I said, I need a haircut. She goes, yeah, you do. So, yes, and other people have said that. They're like, Pat, you need to get your fucking haircut. I'm like, I'm aware, man.
You were all happy and excited because what is your wife's name? I forgot.
Shannon.
So, you said you were really happy with Shannon's haircut.
Yeah, she cut my hair. I was like, you do better than the actual people that fucking cut hair. Especially the ones that come from other countries and badmouth this country. My fucking relatives didn't die face down in the... Is that Buzzy? We got to get back to fucking cult talk. Come on, man. You're trying to bring it down. We're trying to talk about little kids having sex.
Can we get back to the Children of God story? Who's that? Lady K.
Lady K wants to get back to. So.
All right. So please ask me a question. I will answer everything truthfully.
So I want to know about Ricky. So
okay.
When did you find out about that? So if you missed out, we watched a little bit of a video. I played it. There was one of the sons that was.
Okay. Wait.
You can just go.
I'll just go.
We just say what the actual thing was leading up to the video, and then what happened.
Someone who was posted as he was posed as someone to be emulated, and we're raising this child named Davidito, and this is how we are going to be suggesting you raise. It was a how to raise a child in the second generation adults, which I'm a second generation. So anyway, Ricky Rodriguez had some bad things happen to him, and he was more on the thought of he felt guilty that he was the one portrayed as a way to emulate and raise your children. And it messed with him really badly.
So they made a book with the son,
right,
and he was in all kinds of different sexual positions, and it was how to raise your child.
Right.
And he was part of that. So he grew up and he thought, did he feel responsible? Like, holy shit, other people have been abused
because
based
of me.
upon me.
And he said, I can't imagine anything worse than having been raised a girl my age. And I am a girl who was raised his age. And he said, Holland, I can't imagine anything worse. I can't. And he couldn't live with it. He wanted to kill his mother. He couldn't find her because she was always in a Selah home, and which means you couldn't have access to them. So he found one of the nannies that was molesting him, killed her, and then killed himself.
So he was abandoned. They just went, hey, bye.
No. He was supposed to be the end time leader. They paid him off, and then he left.
Okay, so what was the end times? Did they actually think like Revelation was going to occur? People were going to be blasted up into space?
So as you saw in the earlier, they said, we didn't think we'd be alive past the age of 12, which I always grew up believing I wouldn't be alive past the age of 12. Jesus was going to, we're going to live through the end times, and Jesus is going to come get us, and we'll be living in the heavenly city that was inside the moon. Ooh, I didn't get to that yet.
They were going to live in a city inside the moon. No way. That's where...
In the Bible, I don't know how familiar you are with the Bible. I'm very familiar.
I've never heard about the city inside the moon. I know a lot about the Bible. It's not in the Bible.
You know why? Because they describe the heavenly city as being... Oh, I hope I say this right. I'm not so smart right now.
I'm sure you're not going to get in trouble.
No, probably not. 365 miles high, 365 miles wide, and 365 miles long, which is a triangle. And those exact circumferences can live inside of the moon.
And that's where the believers, were they going to go there in physical bodies? Did they ever get to that? Or spiritual bodies?
So they didn't believe in having cremation, because it says when you die, and when the Lord comes back, many of those that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life up in the heavenly city, some to shame and everlasting contempt. They don't believe in purgatory. You know how the Catholics believe in purgatory?
Which is so weird because it's based on other people's prayers.
Yeah.
You're like in limbo. If you get enough prayers, you get into heaven. It's like, I thought it was based on your salvation, not even something you did. So
Well, see, and that's my problem with Catholicism too. It's like what you do as a good person on the planet, blah, blah, blah. But then other people are like, well, no, all you have to do is be saved and ask Jesus in your heart. And there are so many religions. There's no right answer.
Was there a Bible there though?
Yeah. Always.
Didn't people read and some mice from reading that maybe we shouldn't have? But then again, Lot laid with his daughters, right? Or somebody did. Who? Not Lot, because he
It wasn't
ran away.
Lot. No.
Not
okay,
Lot.
so
A lot,
no,
but people did
I
in
know
the
what you're talking
Bible,
about.
though,
Lot.
right?
Okay,
Not
no,
Lot, but he allowed.
Lot's daughters.
He gave
were
the
molested.
angels. Yes, he goes. The angels came and go. Ooh, there's some fucking good-looking men that just came here.
Well,
There
you
was
know how that's
men-
how we
men of
had.
the-
That's how we had giants.
Do not, if you don't know the story, and correct me if I'm
giants.
wrong. So there were angels that came and they went to Lot's
They
house.
had sex
and
with
the
the daughters of men.
Men of the city were like, "Oh," they went to Lot's house and said, "Oh, baby, we saw those sexy guys," and he said, "Here, take my daughters instead." Right?
Right. He did. He did.
He did. So instead of the angels getting fucked, he gave the
And then
daughters
we had,
to the
we had
guys
the,
to.
the giants.
And what are they called? Is that the Nephilim or whatever?
Man, it's been so long. I'm old. I'm 46 years old. I don't remember all of that, but
How could you not? I mean, I guess there's some things, but when you read some of it and go just kind of
I
based
don't
on what
read
the Bible.
You know what? I'm so anti. Here, I think here. Okay, someone told me something once. They said, "Holland, did you ever think about who the Bible is written by, and did you ever wonder why there are certain books left out of the King James version?" There are.
I'm aware I have the Gnostic.
So I
Gospels.
believe these monks were being told what to write when they created the King James version. And I believe that they wrote things because people were feeding them and taking care of them, and they wrote what they wanted to read because religion is a way of controlling people. Do you agree with that?
I'm reading it. Some people would say though Christianity sets you free. It's one of the only ones that they claim to set you free.
They don't set you free.
Look
You know
at
what they do?
Toonses. Noah's Ark, Immaculate Conception, Rising from the Dead, Walking on Water. So many scientific facts. How can you go wrong?
It's just not true.
Yeah, there's some things that I think what I got saved back in the day. Honestly, I got saved back in the day. And
So if I guess you know what? You and I we both prayed the Lord, come into my heart, forgive me for my sins.
yeah, the whole horseshit thing where
Okay,
you're like,
horseshit.
and
Okay.
he accepts. That's what he did on the
And then
cross,
just-
is
he
died
crossed
for your sins, and then you
Okay.
believe in it.
So
and blah,
you
blah,
and I have
blah.
done this. So in
lot of
our
people
mind,
have.
in our minds, no matter what, we're covered, right?
That's what people believe once you're saved, that there's
You're
eternal
just-
salvation.
eternal
Yeah, so
salvation.
let's go fuck kids. That's so horrible.
Really?
To think
I mean,
that.
really.
No, I still I'd live with just some. Even still, I don't fully believe all that stuff because I know if you look throughout history, there's so many of these stories that have been told, and a lot of it has to do with other things. And then just the fact that they call him Jesus Christ, that's what bothers me.
Why?
Because that's not his real fucking name. I'm not kidding. When I found it, I go, wait, it's not Jesus Christ. And it's like, no, that's a translation of a translation. I was like, well, then why the fuck would you call him that? And people were like, it's Jesus Christ. And I'm like, that ain't his name. If he did exist, at least call him by his real name. If my given name was Patrick and you're going, Patricio, I wouldn't understand you're probably saying Patrick, but that's not my name.
I know.
That's not my name. That's not my name. Whatever. They call me Petty. They call me Fuckhead. That's not my name. I don't. Who is that? The Ting Tings, I think. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, my son said, that's my nephew. What the heck? Anyways, okay, so I have a son named Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
When he was a baby, he was really fat, so I called him Fat Pat. He's the skinniest dude you'd ever meet in your life.
Yeah, you probably shamed him into
He's
it.
like 40 years old now. Or no,
He's talking to some other podcast right now, going, "Hey,
She called me my mom Fat Pat.
She called me Fat Pat all the time."
And now I'm 6'4" and I weigh 130 pounds.
Oh wow, that's
He's skinny.
He did. He almost went the opposite. You may have damaged your child calling him Fat
You know what?
Pat.
My husband said we did. You know why we gave him Ritalin? Because the fucking teachers told us to. And my husband, after 6 months of our son crying every night and not being able to eat and lost 20 pounds as a child, he said, no, home, we're not doing this anymore.
Okay, so let's go. I don't even know where to go. Like, the whole thing is, so what countries did you live in where you participated in this, and where there were, like, did you go, where did you stay? Were you near other people living their daily lives, or did you have to be bussed in to go stand on the corners and beg for money and food?
So there were different places where we lived in communes. There were quite nice houses, to be honest with you. I've lived in some really big houses. The biggest one I ever lived at was in Karatea, outside of Athens, about 2 hours outside of Athens, Greece. And that, I want to say, it's actually a school now. But Karatea had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 12 bedrooms. And we had about over 100 people living there. If you're listening, if anyone who has lived there with me, I don't know who that is, but that is true.
Wait, what are you saying? My mom said you called. Wait.
Is that your mother?
I wish that reverse psychology worked on me. Yeah, that's my mom. She said Patrick is called that because he was a big weight-wise baby until he became a toddler.
Right. Oh, okay.
I was born like 11, 7,
oh
something
my God.
like that.
My son Patrick didn't walk till he was 18 months old because he was so fucking fat. And then we put him on Ritalin, and he got skinny. It's terrible.
So what actual countries did you live in Europe? Like, where did you do this? Is it literally back in the day, was it in every country for the most part, or did it skip over?
I've lived or traveled to.
Just like lived amongst the...
Greece, Puerto Rico, Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, Holland, Ireland, England.
So practically half of Europe, basically.
Yes, mostly, yes.
Now, is that like just bopping around because, hey, we're going to a different congregation in a roundabout way? What did they actually call themselves? Like Christians would say, like, different congregations, you know what I'm saying?
No, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. It was, they were all part of the same family. The family of love, the children of God. The Family International.
But how did you know, like, when you went to London, was it, hey, you're going to London?
I was told I was going to London. I was told, my friends and I, two of them are probably listening right now, my sister and my friend George and Aladdin and Eric, we were all what they would call important people's kids. So we were privileged.
And you probably don't even know how many other important people's kids there were, because you said there was, and saying like wasn't internet times, and you didn't.
It wasn't internet, but we knew who the important people were.
How many do you think? Because there was the head guy that, and was he the end all be all, like whatever he said went?
Period.
But when I was there was like 3 other men that went. We all had the same dream.
No.
Yours is different.
It wouldn't happen.
Did other people have dreams that they were allowed to say, or it was just his?
Yep.
So he was the only one who was allowed to dream and go, I decree this. Right. And then people would go, okay, I'm going to go implement it. But you said some people didn't have sex with kids in some areas.
Right,
so
exactly.
Were they looked at differently? Like, hey, why aren't you getting down?
No.
Didn't you get the book? Not to make fun of, but like,
well, no,
you know what I'm saying? If they're sending the books out, like, why are they not?
But some people just wouldn't, like, they just didn't participate. Not everybody was bad. No, there were people that are good. I mean, I'll call them out by name. There are websites where we've talked about who we felt safe with and who we didn't. And
but this stuff was going on pre-websites, so.
But we've talked about it because we lived in homes, and you always felt weird. Like I feel when someone is like that, and I don't. You know what I mean? So you tried your best to avoid those people.
Okay, so I wonder, it's like, this is what I'm wondering about, like, people that want to get away. So you said at like 10, you were going in bars and sitting on laps. Yes. When you, at times, as you get to be 15, 16, look around and go, hey, what are you doing serving drinks?
15. No, It didn't occur to me. I had never been to school. I had zero education.
But
honey.
I'm wondering though, seeing people like you see another woman serving drinks to people, and then she's having fun, and then you're like, you're getting money for that, and then like that going
Didn't
to
occur
places
to
that
me.
never occurred. Like
I was that
could-
dumb. I was that dumb.
and that's a lot. Most people, right? They
Yeah.
were just so
That dumb.
like. What if you went back and said, I talked to a person at the bar. I want to go apply to be a hostess somewhere. Would that be
Wouldn't
no,
have,
no,
would,
no, no? They-
wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened.
And there was nobody that really wanted to break free. Just people like to push back against. I mean, look what you damaged your son. He was fat and now he's skinny. And you know what I'm saying? People like really push back against their parents. And there wasn't that many. Okay, about the suicides. You said a lot of people. Did they do it as they got older and got
Yes,
away from it?
yes.
Were there that many that did it?
Yes,
within?
because they didn't know. They didn't know what to do with the rest of their lives. They felt like their lives had been ruined. They couldn't live with things that had happened to them. They were depressed. They couldn't find real jobs because they weren't educated. I'm a self-made person. I will find work. I don't care if I scrub toilets. I don't. There is nothing beneath me. I don't care. You know, but some people just couldn't find their way through life, and they couldn't live in society because they just didn't know what to do. You know?
Did the Ricky Rodriguez
Yes.
break it down about the book and how he felt responsible in the video? Because I didn't watch it. I don't know what
He never wrote a book, but he was very adamant. Like, he felt responsible for being the center of attention to where people were emulating his upbringing. He hated his mother. He wanted her dead. He wanted to find her. He wanted to kill her.
Did he have to travel far, or was she local to where he was?
The problem is that I've never known where they were. Never. We were never privy to that information.
Wasn't it in the news though?
No.
They never revealed where he killed, or not the
Oh,
mother.
that, yeah. That was
That's
in
all-
California.
So he wanted to get his mother, but she was hidden. He could never find her. And he
Couldn't
didn't
find
have, and the guy that started, he died, right? David
Yeah,
Berg or whatever.
he died before, yeah.
He died, so he didn't have a chance. So
Yeah, I don't believe Ricky ever really. I mean, I know he told me once that he met his biological child or father, but he really wasn't allowed to have anything to do with him. They kind of kept him in hiding, so he never got to be raised by his biological father. He was from, I believe, Ecuador. I could be wrong. If you're listening, you can call in.
if anybody has a question, 727-209-7819, 727-209-7819. If you got in, if you want to call about anything.
Okay, so Lady K1.
Lady K says she was 15 and didn't know a man rubbing her crotch on her, or his crotch on her, was wrong.
No, I didn't.
And that's because when do you think the first time that you had something done to you by another person?
5.
That's
How would you
from the
know?
age of-
If you were a child at 5, what
so
would you do?
5, and then were they weekly, daily, monthly, just seasonally? Like when?
Just depended about other things I was telling you about earlier.
Can you talk about who else did it?
No,
that we
no.
didn't. No. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, if your
so.
children are listening and whatnot. I wonder though, like what. I don't know. That's just weird. I never understand that. Just the whole sexual thing. It is weird. It started out as people that, hey, we supposedly genuinely want to help people, and then it morphs into a person with a messiah complex.
Right, and he believed that if children are capable of having orgasms, then surely the Lord wants them to have them.
That's what's so weird. But then you would think that
One of my primary, I will say this. One of the primary sexual abusers in my life wrote me a letter when I was a teenager and said, I honestly thought I was doing something that would benefit you in life because I thought it was right. Didn't care what he said. Didn't care. I didn't care. Never responded. He's now dead.
Toonta's asked, did her siblings? No, they weren't abused, which
They
is
were not abused.
interesting to me.
They do know. They do. Well, it's not interesting. Usually people will prey on one person. If they can get away with having, I guess they just kind of someone described it to me as grooming. If they can groom one person, it's just safer for them to not get caught if they just groom one. So I'm the oldest of 6 kids. It said, did her siblings abuse her as well? Of course not.
And they weren't abused, but were they privy to it when they were younger, or what was something done secretly
it was
away?
Just because at a certain age they just didn't. But I'm not going to lie and say that when you are abused as a child, you don't. It doesn't feel like abuse. It feels like normal. It feels like something normal. You know, it just.
That's what I'm saying. There has to be. So was there anybody that was there? Like, when did they stop the abuse? When did they go, you're too young, we need to move on to another one?
So there was a year. Okay, there was a year. And I'm sorry, I've been out of it for so long. But they said, okay, well, too many young girls have gotten pregnant at the age of 11 and 12. So clearly we can't do this anymore. We don't want to be in trouble. And they just stopped it. So I want to say it was 1987. 1987.
So it looks like he got jailed.
No, that's not him.
That's not him? Children of God cult rapist jail. Is that a different person?
Different person.
Wow. So there was.
That's him.
Yeah, there was probably quite a few of these that were.
Rodriguez.
Yeah, so that's the little boy. Yeah. And any idea about these?
Yes. Okay. So she is actually. I won't say her name, but she has a very difficult life. She is a pornography star, but she's getting a little old now. So sorry.
So because of the world she grew up in, yes, she is now, and he's killed himself,
deceased,
and then this young one.
The young one is Tachi, who is still, to my knowledge, with her mother, but I could be wrong.
He just has the crazy eyes, man.
Okay, so he married his granddaughter in that other picture. All right, scroll down.
It probably was.
He was a child. No. Okay, keep going. Okay, so that's his real wife.
Right here?
Okay. Right here. That's his original family.
That's his real family there. So
that's his daughter Deborah, Hosea, Faithy, and Aaron.
So how many of these participated in it? Did any of them go with him into the cult, or did they go off?
Okay, so Deborah ended up leaving the cult. Hosea killed himself. He walked up to the mountain in Switzerland and died. Faithy, I believe, is still alive. And Aaron, I'm friends with his kids, but...
Wow.
He ended up marrying his granddaughter, Meanie, which was this one's daughter.
He married his granddaughter, so she would have been a third generation, evidently.
No, she's the same age as me.
Oh, so she's the second one. So that's... And again, so did he get that from God? God gave him a dream that said, marry your granddaughter. He came out and he goes...
all these women. Okay, see this one picture with all these women.
I'm to marry my granddaughter.
He married all of them.
Oh, so those are... Did he have just a big concubine and he probably had them have sex with each other, I'm guessing then, right? If he was down with lesbianism, or were his wives treated differently?
Well, I won't say, cause I wasn't there, so I won't say anything. I wasn't there.
Could you have guessed that they are? What would you?
I know 4 women in that photo.
What do you think So have you talked with them? Like
yes, I know them.
Like, what the hell were they doing with him? Like, that's a lot of... I mean, did they take turns, like, throughout the weeks, do different things?
So
was it just like one person did laundry, one person made food?
Basically. So this is his wife. Hold on. I should do this.
Okay.
Okay. So I know her, That's Zerby. That is Ricky Rodriguez's mother.
And that's the one that was hidden away, and Ricky couldn't get to her,
Yes.
so he killed his nanny instead.
Right, correct. Oh, it's not a touchscreen. Sorry. So, and the other one was, so he did sleep with all of these women.
It says it's in a disco. What, you guys out there
So
fucking listening
here's-
to the Bee Gees?
Yeah, so this is what they did. He would take these women to the discos.
Jesus is just-
That's what the flirting fishing was.
Oh, wow. So they
So they would
learned
go
to
out there
skate?
and they had sex with these men for free. They, you know, a lot of them they had money and they would get them to donate to the group, and it's a lot to read. It's a lot to read.
It says in 1987, the cult claimed the membership at 12,000. That's not that many.
No, but 6,470 were witnessed to and saved, but that was old. There was a lot more people after that joined.
Was the Manson part of this at all?
No,
Like, was there?
no,
It had
no,
nothing to
no,
do with it.
Nothing to do with that. Because they didn't believe in being violent people. Okay, so here's a couple books that came out. See, Not Without My Sisters. That's a good book. It's a little confusing when you read it because, again, remember I said to you I was going to write a book, but I don't think I would do a very good job of it, and I would want someone to do it for me. That one wasn't written very good. Sorry, Cyril. Sorry, girls.
She was a sacred prostitute. What exactly does that mean? They were doing a sacred duty of bringing in the men?
Yes.
Sacred prostitute. That's what I'm saying. I wanted
But
you to
things
read.
aren't okay. So somebody was like, I'm reading in the chat room right now. It's like, not violent. He fucked kids. Okay. He couldn't actually because he was quite impotent by the time that was going on. See the left picture in the middle down, that's Davidito, Ricky Rodriguez, when he was young.
And he's teaching them to read the Bible.
He's the same age as
Pretty much, right? Isn't that the Bible? Or is
No,
that, it's not
it's
his book, is it?
Yeah, it's his book. Yeah.
Okay. And so did people give like alms? Like, so you had to go get money. Did people go, like, where did the money go? Was it just thrown in a big pile and, okay, you go get this?
These people
you go
lived.
Get this?
These people lived with so much money. We would be starving. Remember, I told you there would be times we wouldn't have money for food or meat or anything else. And 10% of whatever you made had to be sent to them. So these people were living like kings.
So they were, but then about where you were, how did you have your own money where you lived
No.
amongst the commune, or you had to give it to
We had to give 10%
them,
to
and then
them.
there was one. Did any of them live like kings? Like your parents, you said they were like special. I don't know what the actual phrase you
But
said.
they didn't. They didn't have money. And
They didn't have benefits at all?
Not at all. No.
I'm trying to see if they're. Does Karen still live in the United States? Has she ever been investigated by the FBI?
She has been several times. If you look her up, her name is Karen Zerby, but no one knows where she is right now. Her son tried to kill her, so they're Karen Zerby. Yep, that's her. Yep.
Well, I got pictures. That's probably a different person.
Well,
it looks
that's-
like her, man.
Yeah, that is her. That's her.
What? That's her.
Yeah, that's her.
So how is she?
She's half blind. She's always had problems with her eyes. But that's her with the gray hair now. That's what she looks like, yeah.
Oh, this is fucked up, man. Especially the fact that there wasn't that many people. I know it was worldwide, and some people say 12,000 is a lot, but I don't know if it's you're branching out everywhere. I guess it is a lot of people to be in a fucking cult. Think about it.
It
so,
is.
So they were getting 12,000. Obviously, not everybody's making money, but people are going to make money. How That just blows my fucking mind. You guys have any questions? Anybody else like as dumbfounded as I am? I mean, I've heard about some of this shit, but so how do people like what made your parents go, we need to get the fuck out of here, other than you went away, so it was more for you? So your parents kind of got in because of you and got out because of you, it seems like, right?
A little bit. My parents are relative. My parents are good people. They really are. They were also told they were going to send me away again, which already they got kind of in trouble for getting me, and then from England. But they said they were sending me to Romania, and my father just looked at him and said, "No, you're not."
And your mom, your mom was fine with leaving too?
She was fine with it.
Do you think there was something inkling for them to get out of there? That was just kind of the last straw?
The last straw was they had told them they didn't want my grandparents calling the house anymore.
Yeah, you can't. That's what's interesting. You said the grandparents actually came. I wouldn't think that they would allow outsiders.
They had come 8 years prior. It had been a long time.
And how? So, do you remember? Like, did you save anybody yourself? Did you introduce anybody that said I accept, and they come in?
And to this day, I feel very guilty about one particular person. That knowing the fact that she ended up staying in so much longer than I did really made me feel bad, you know.
Did you try to rescue people afterwards, or go and?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And were some of? I'm guessing.
I've talked to her recently, and she just. I mean, I guess you can't control what other people think, but I felt bad because her parents had been in the family. Actually, the cult the home that my mother joined, she was born in that one. And then we met up with her years later, and they decided they wanted to rejoin. So my parents were like, "You need to witness her. You need to get her on board." And I felt so guilty for so many years about that.
Okay, here's what I wonder. So if you got saved, and did you believe that yes, I'm redeemed in my soul and all that, I'm going to heaven?
I hadn't really done anything bad my whole life, though.
Okay, but okay, so the fact that you felt that way, and if you grew up somewhat reading the Bible, when you kind of came to realization that this shit's fucked up, were you mad at a God that you had? Did you believe in a God, and were you mad at him?
I believed in God. Because I was afraid not to.
But it was like the Christian God with the Trinity and everything?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, but did you have that, I fucking hate you God now that, or did you throw it all the way, like?
It took me a few years. So I became friends with another girl that I had lived with in London. Her name was Julia McNeil. She's deceased. She died of cancer. But she was the first one who said to me, "You know what?" She said, "Holland, I'm not a Christian anymore. And you know why I know it's okay? Because nobody knows what happens to you when you die until it happens to you, right? Nobody. Really don't. They don't." But she said to me, "Holland, think about it. If there is a God, don't you think that you and I have done enough and paid our penance and served him enough to where we would go?" And I said, yep, you're right.
So you got out when you were like 15, you said,
yes,
right?
Yes.
So how many people do you think that you actually yourself led into being a member?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
So did you just like meet people, bring them back, and then other people would take over?
Yes.
That's how they do it at like meetings.
Yes.
Hi, nice to come on in.
Like
I got some
meetings,
refreshments.
We got some music.
I know it's just water. I can't afford anything else. Come on, at least some Kool-Aid or something. Hey-ho. That's
okay. So some people have mentioned things that there's no buried bodies. They were not violent people for the most part. They really weren't.
And not every person was fucking kids, right?
No, of course not.
It was only a handful, right? Like
yes, no, oh
and not all the kids were getting fucked either.
No,
there was a handful.
Absolutely not. It was a
kids.
handful. There's always these people that have perversions, and I see. Okay, so someone said I'm confused. She helped pedophiles. No, I did not. They weren't all like that. They weren't like that. You don't.
Yeah, that's what I said. Not every kid's getting fucked. Not every man is a pedophile.
No, not every man is.
And
not every woman.
And you don't even know if you contributed to anybody actually.
I didn't. I know that.
You know that for sure that you didn't. You weren't like nobody came back and said, "Hey, thanks for hooking me up with this," or.
No.
And how long did it, like, do you feel like,
I was
okay,
15 when I left. I mean, what do you know at 15?
I'm wondering though, so Ricky, he felt bad because of the book. Like, did you ever feel that same way toward any people? Like, I need to go do something myself?
No, because my parents are not violent people. I've never felt any reason to be that angry. I'm a forgiving human being. I understand some people do feel rage and other things like that. I just didn't.
I know a lot of people start fighting about dumb shit.
I see them doing this, and I'm like,
yeah. So that's what I want to know. How many?
It's not that I'm defending them. Okay, so a couple of people. It's not defending. It's not defending. It's giving an explanation as to how I go on and how I live. When you're angry at someone and you carry bitterness in your heart, you know it hurts you. It doesn't hurt.
They think that because they believe you traffic children for pedophiles.
I didn't. How could I? I was a child. I didn't do that.
That's what they're basically insinuating. So, yeah, I not even child trafficking, but I guess the pedophiles coming in. So,
but you see, I didn't know that, and by the time I was 15, that was well abolished. I told you by the age of 12, they had stopped it, and you could get excommunicated if you were found out doing that. So I was 12 years old when that supposedly was supposed to stop.
So you were doing that when you were like 10, 11 years old, talking to the guys, and hey, and then by the time you were 12, that wasn't going on anymore, and they were.
I wasn't talking to other people about it. I wasn't supposed to talk about it.
No, I'm saying like when you were going. So weren't you evangelizing some when you were in the bars, or was that all just to get money?
That was just to get money.
Oh, okay, that's just to get money.
Yeah.
Triclonus, I don't know what you're so angry about, to be honest with you. You're saying she's willfully ignorant. Fuck her and her excuses.
I didn't have any excuses. There was nothing. It wasn't a choice. It was just, I guess some people don't understand why I feel forgiving.
That's people are wondering why you're so calm with your demeanor and whatnot. Yeah, it's not like she was 20 years old going in and going, come on, baby, let's go and fuck little kids. Here's the path you go down.
That was like, it was stopped at the age of 12.
But you actually probably, did you know that, well, I know you had stuff was happening with you.
Yeah.
But you
not
thought.
To my siblings, not to
not
my
your
friends,
siblings, just to her,
not
which is
to anyone,
very weird.
Not to anyone I knew. Well, no, there were a few I knew. But it had nothing to do with me. I was a child. Ignorance doesn't absolve anyone. I wasn't being ignorant. I was just a child.
Yeah, I don't think people realize this wasn't just they were fucking kids.
I didn't help people fuck any kids, and they're writing this.
I know that's what's interesting is people can actually listen to something.
Why would they say that?
And don't ask me. That's what I'm asking. She's the one that actually got fucked as a little kid, and she wasn't going and going, hey, everybody, come do this thing.
You know what? I thought I saw someone looking at one of my siblings once, and I made sure that didn't happen. All right, I'm gonna smoke a cigarette now. Okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll try to explain things. So the Children of God call, you can go look it up. It's like a lot of cults. It's not just a bunch of people sitting around fucking little kids. Draclona, she was 10 years old and she talked to people and thought she was evangelizing. That's what they actually did. And yeah, and I know she knows it's fucking horrible, the shit that went down, but yeah, if you were 10 years old and you were doing stuff, that's what I'm trying to find out, because I said I pushed back against things when I was really young, but I mean, it wasn't much younger than 10. I asked questions. I ask questions, but what excuse do you think's being made, Draclonis? That's what's interesting. Because, again, I don't know. How long have you been here listening? That would be, I would like to know that, because if you heard the entire story. Tunja says she needs to stop defending, explaining, or deflecting from her parents. I know, that's what's interesting. She's fully forgiven them. And, yeah, and I'd have a hard fucking time, man. I have a hard time. I would have a hard time forgiving my parents. I probably wouldn't talk to them, to be honest with you. I haven't talked to my dad for a lot less. So if they fucking, if people were fucking with me, yeah, when I was younger, I don't think I could talk to my parents. I do not think I could talk to my parents. But yeah, she still talks to her. There's more. I wish she could share more, but yeah, she's not going to fully share everything because there's more interesting shit, and I'll keep my mouth shut. But yeah, that's So Draclonis, if you did just come in, no, she grew up in a fucking cult. She was molested. None of her siblings were. Some people were molested, but that's not what it was. Was just, hey, let's go around fucking kids. And she thought, like other people, that they were literally evangelizing, how the people go out and like, we're going to help you get saved. Because it started out as like the Jesus people, flower people. Hey, we love the fucking planet, love the Lord, rah, rah, rah. And then it turns into one guy going, hey, it's time to start fucking everybody. It's time to start fucking everybody. And yeah, and then it went into that for a while. And then, like she said, I guess it lasted for a handful of years, and then some youngsters actually got pregnant, so they were like, we got to calm this down a little bit. So no more fucking kids. No more fucking kids. My mom's saying, doesn't your upbringing look pretty normal? Look at my mom trying to absolve herself. Jeez, Patrick, you're going to complain about eating pork? Big fucking deal if you had to sit at the table for an hour with a big chaw of pork in your mouth. I don't know how I'd have a hard time forgiving. I'd have a hard time forgiving. Buzzy says, I feel sorry for her. I just don't like her politics. But again, that's what I'm saying, Buzzy. I don't think she's running around like advocating for anything like that. Like, she owns a fucking business. She's out there living her life, providing services for human. I don't know if I don't know, dude. What does feel sorry even mean, man? I don't know what feel sorry even means. It definitely sucks. It's nice that she made it out compared to a lot of people. Most people fucking, not most people, but it seems like a lot of people killed themselves. And I don't know. I would have a hard time living with that. I mean, just some of the, don't think of all the things you've gone through in your life. Literally, just even little things of, wow, I didn't get this fucking ice cream the day of my birthday. Some people still hold on to that. Like, so think of other things that you would actually hold on to. I don't know how you could forgive. Phil saying, I grew up in Amish country. It's tame compared to this girl. I know. I once saw 2 cows outside of a fence. It was interesting. Oh. I think we all are, man. So many people are brainwashed in certain ways. It's all around. Dude, I grew up in the football religion area. Seriously, people that actually look at football like a religion and how they act and how they treat it and how they are as human beings is literally part of the religion. It's a fucking cult. And I'd say that's damaging too. There's so many things that are damaging. And I fully agree with fucking little kids is not cool. But yeah, it ain't like she was a fucking, she's not, I'm not chalking. Y'all know this isn't Justine Maxwell, right? Like, this ain't somebody that was hanging out with fucking Epstein and whatnot. No, she grew up in a fucking cult with a bunch of weirdos, and she's sharing her story of what fucking happened. And she's one of the ones that was actually molested and took place and participated in that shit when she was fucking younger. At the age of 5. At the fucking age of 5. And she said, like, yeah, not that many people. She said her friends, as far as she knew, none of them were really molested. There was only certain ones that actually were. Phil says, I feel like she should just condemn these people rather than rationalize and justify what happened to her. I don't know, man. Could you say that's an enlightened thought? Or do you think that she should wallow and think that, woe is me, fuck these people, and hold a grudge, which is not going to do anything? I know Draclonis says, nah, she was just helping bring over kids in. See, you don't even know what you're talking about, Draclonis. She didn't bring any kids in anywhere. That she didn't say that, and I didn't say that. Nobody's actually said that. Yes, only certain kids within the fucking cult. So there were some people that lived in this commune, and some of those kids got fucked. She doesn't know who they are because they were in a totally different area. And there were a few kids where she lived that got fucked, and she was one of them. She wasn't bringing any kids in whatsoever. That's never been said. So that shows there was some miscommunication from what you believe you heard, as opposed to, yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. Nope. Okay. That's interesting. Interesting. Literally, that's not what she said. I know. 5 years old. There's candy. You get to suck on lollipops. Big, gigantic, cock-flavored ones. Get to suck on them. No, that's not what was going on, man. That's what I'm saying. I don't know where you're getting that she was bringing in fucking kids and the kids were getting fucked because she brought them in. How? That's some hardcore recruitment if you could get fucking somebody else's kids to come and join your cult. Because that's not what actually happened. That is not what happened, so... Phil says, imagine people saying that Hitler had good intentions. They would be chastised in open forum. It's okay to condemn evil and still forgive. Oh, I agree. I know. I'm fully fucking aware. I would be a little bit more kind of fuck them people. But I don't know. Then again, if you grow up in that, like I said, I grew up in the religion of football. I grew up around Catholicism. I've been around evangelical... we're saved, holy rollers and whatnot, and part of me just kind of goes, that's kind of the religion. They're stuck in it, man. That's their little cult. I don't know what the fuck that I can we be bothered by that? Because they're doing some horrible shit. Yeah, she evangelized to somebody, she was saying, Draclonus, a fucking adult, I do believe. That's what she was bothered by, that she helped bring an adult in. Just like the boy that killed himself, or he actually was a fucking man when he killed himself. The reason why he killed himself was he was part of a book that other people used as, hey, wow, this is how you raise kids. His pictures were in there, and he was like, fuck that, man. Fuck that. Oh, give her the pussy pass. I don't know what that means. I got somebody calling in from Massachusetts. Whoop.
Accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
What's up, Massachusetts?
Hey, yeah, I'm calling because I was a childhood friend of Holland Richards, and I was also born in the same cult she was. That she experienced what all of us experienced, which was significant levels of abusive behavior, from physical to sexual to psychological. And I'm just calling to say that not one of us, I mean, we were sent out as little children on the streets with literature to try to extol supposedly Jesus.
That's so pathetic that.
But not one of us actually like tried to get people in, aside from what a little brainwashed kid who was being forced as a soldier onto the streets to spread the word. I mean, think about it. As a kid,
my whole life, he's known me since I remember meeting him at the age of 4.
Okay, I have a story that will illustrate just how silly this all is.
Okay.
At 5 years old, we would hand out literature on the street to people, and this was what we would have to say to people, which clearly makes zero sense. But of course, you're freaking 5 and you don't know. And it was like, hey, here's some God's message of love for you, and by the way, if you can give a donation, we help drug addicts, we help this, we help that. You know, a 5-year-old claiming they help drug addicts. I mean, it makes no sense. Obviously, I'm an adult now, and I look at it and go, oh my God, like, it's insane to be approached like that. But obviously, it's also insane to think that the 5-year-old has any responsibility, raised in that environment under those circumstances, has the tiniest bit of responsibility. They're 100% in victim. You know, most people have some level of victim and victimizer in their long history of life in situations that have occurred. But there's no division there when you're talking about a little kid who's having to sell shit on the street for a cult who has known nothing but a cult. That's 100%. There's not even like a 0.001% of victimizer in that. It's 100% victim there in that particular scenario.
So you grew up in the same cult as her, right? And you experienced the same shit.
We've lived together. We've lived together in 3 different countries.
Did you forgive? Did you forgive?
England, Greece, America.
So what do you think? Do you condemn these people and like?
Of course.
But here's the thing with Aladdin. Okay, his name is Aladdin. The thing with Aladdin is that
that's true.
Aladdin and I, we didn't have bad parents. Like we were considered high up because our parents were always shepherds. Would you agree?
Everybody in the cult had different periods. The cult would build someone up and then smash them down.
They did that, right?
So there was different periods of times where, at least my parents, I didn't really know, at least at the time we were living with
were humiliated.
Had high leadership titles at certain points, and then they were also, wore signs around their neck that they weren't allowed to talk to anybody for years of their lives. Like, it was this ridiculous constant build up, smash down. You're always off kilter. You're always off balance. You never have a place that's secure. So there were definitely times that my parents had leadership positions in the cult, and there was also times when they weren't worthy to clean the toilet. So, and it went back and forth. It wasn't like after that they went back up and they went back down. This is what cults do. Their goal is to constantly, leave everybody in a state where the cult is the ultimate decider of everybody's status at any given time, and the only chance you have for anything is absolute slavish obedience to it.
Slavish obedience
that's very standard.
It's a very, and I believe, I've known you my entire life. You know that I've been a person who tried to stay out of trouble because you had a bigger mouth than I did.
Hey, Aladdin, I'm curious. Were you one of the ones, Aladdin, were you one of the ones that they molested as well, or did you escape that?
He just brought and talk about it. Don't make him talk about it.
I mean, it's not something. I mean, this is a public radio station, but I did not escape abuse. In many levels.
Okay, so that's what I'm wondering.
I don't want to.
You don't have to elaborate, but do you forgive? Have you forgiven, or do you still have that hatred in your heart, or have you found a place like Holland seems like she's forgiven and she's moved past it? Do you still have like a Ricky Rodriguez in you a little bit? Have you moved?
I don't have any Ricky Rodriguez in me, and it's very easy for me to forgive someone who says, "Oh my God, what the hell was I doing? That was insane." And I accept 100% that, there's just no excuse, and there's nothing I can do to fix it, but I really wish I could. That instantly I want to just forgive the person. I don't care. But there are plenty of people who are not in that position who still defend and, mistakes were made, this and that, blah, blah, blah. I was a victim too, which is slightly true for first generation. There are levels that some of them were victims too.
Remember we were talking about this, Jay.
Second generation. And so second generation is someone who was born in it. First generation is someone who actually made the decision to join. Some of whom made the decision at 14 or 15, coming out of abusive backgrounds of their own in regular society, and some of whom made very much more culpable decisions, in their late 20s, having experienced plenty of life, and who, should have had a bit more of head on their shoulders. And then there were people who were just true believers, who were more abused than others, and there were people who used it to their own ends to advance their own pathologies. And the cult was a great opportunity and a great vehicle for them to do that.
So Aladdin,
it's incredibly complex. There's so many shades of gray from black to white.
Aladdin, I'm curious, at what age did you get out, and what made you decide to get out?
He was older than I was, but
well, I had my first kid at 17. And so it was very complicated because, you know, my ex was what was a true believer. I had been a true believer as a kid. I mean, what else do you know? You knew nothing. There was no nothing. We were inside walls, and that was that. You know, you knew what you knew. But you know, I was in my early 20s by the time I finally was able to, you know, figure out how to land somewhere and know that both myself and my ex and all my kids would be able to come with me. You know, we would all. So yeah.
But
that makes sense.
People think that people are talking like you and I. You know.
Pardon me?
You know more about me than anyone on this planet. And know.
I'm not 100% sure that's true, but I do know you. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I
know
you.
Things
I know
have happened
who you
to
are
me.
as a human.
You know the things have happened to me. It wasn't like I chose any of that or chose to convert people into being in a
No, I mean, as
situation.
kids, we were out there. Hey, say a prayer after us to receive Jesus into your heart and stuff. But
right,
you know.
Let me ask you that. Did you have any anger at God once you kind of came to a realization that you shouldn't be a part of this? Did you have anger at God, Jesus, any of that?
I don't believe in God.
I never did because I was raised in so many countries around the world. I've lived in almost 30 countries, and every single country, I'm a very logical person. And over time, I was just realizing, hey, if you're born in Saudi Arabia, it's a 98% probability you're a Muslim. If you're born in this particular part of Brazil, it's a 67% probability you're Catholic, and a 32% that you're this type of evangelical, this and that. None of it actually makes sense to me in terms of ultimate truth. It's so clearly culturally inculcated from where you were born and when. So I don't really see any evidence of. I personally think that there's more to all of existence than what we experience in our physical day-to-day lives. But that's as far as I go. I'm very comfortable living with questions that can't be answered rather than demanding answers that can't be questioned.
And are you living in the States right now? Do you live in the States?
Yeah.
Did you live overseas,
yes,
all over Europe as well?
India.
I did live in Europe for almost 15 years.
Okay, so
I lived between India and Sri Lanka for about 6.5 years, Philippines, Mexico, Egypt.
So what is your thoughts on the United States, having lived overseas and in various areas? What do you think of the United States, having living here right now?
Do you feel?
What do I think of the United States?
Do you feel American? Do you feel American?
I mean, I feel like a citizen of the planet. I'm very comfortable with saying, yeah, I'm American, and that's I do feel more American than anything else specific. But put it this way. Because I lived so many places and I still travel a great deal, I feel if I didn't have a passport, I would almost feel like I was in prison. Like America is too small a place to feel like, oh, this feels cozy. No.
This is when I told him. This is when I told him earlier.
Yeah, but Holland said earlier that she wishes she could live somewhere else, and then a few people will get bothered by that because they're like, America's the greatest, and then she's like, well, I've lived other places, so I have experience. I just kind of would rather live other places, and yeah, it got people a little bit bothered.
I personally think that it's a good idea to have a global view, and personally, I do not place any nationality above another in terms of humans are humans. There's good ones and bad ones everywhere on the planet. And each one, I would process, judge isn't the right word, but, sort of appreciate their place in things based on who they are, their actions, their behavior, their general vibe and whatnot. And it has nothing to do with whether they happen to be American or Swedish or African or, Southeast Asian, whatever. It doesn't matter. That's not part of who they are in a sense of value.
I agree
with
the same thing.
Of course, it's going to be something a part of who they are in the sense of their worldview or their cultural, connections and things like that. It's going to be part of who they are. But it has nothing to do with their value as a human and as a potential, friend or something along
So let
those
me ask
lines.
you, you made a statement that some people are confused by. You said America's too small. I think they're confused by that. I see some people in the chat. Can you explain that?
In my own personal psychology, I would feel like restricted to not know. I can literally go anywhere on the planet at any moment I want. Like there's nothing stopping me at the border. Like if I didn't have a passport, there'd be something stopping me at the border, right?
Oh, okay. I see
And
what
it
you're
would
saying.
feel like a restriction in my life. It would feel like, well, I'm bounded, and
Because
I
as
feel
children,
more like a citizen
as
of the
children,
world.
as children, we could just go everywhere and do whatever we wanted. We could. We had to take visa trips.
I mean, we
Visa
couldn't do
trips
hardly anything.
every
but-
3 months. Well, yeah, you. and I
we
couldn't, but
constantly were, but it wasn't
visa
our
trips,
decision.
and it wasn't our decision.
We
We
did
were
constant travel.
told what to do
It was rare that I stayed in the same house for more
for
than
a
3
few
months.
months. I know.
Yeah, it was very rare, very rare. And oftentimes it was under 2 months, then we'd be moving again. It was a lot of moving. I mean, I definitely have lived in, several hundred houses in my life.
So, Alana, let me ask you, because I've pushed back kind of against the culture I grew up in. People don't realize that's a fucking cult too. They just don't want to. I mean, it's right in the fucking name.
There are
Culture.
many levels of cultishness in the world.
Yeah. So, but I pushed back against it and questioned it when I was younger. What did you at all when you were younger, growing up amongst all this that you now know is wrong? When you were young, was there any inkling ever kind of like, this is kind of not what life should be? Like at what age did you really realize that? Because I think I would have felt that when I was young. I didn't grow up in it.
But I was just told this is what God wants and this is the ultimate. So I did. At age 9 or 10, I started having some very serious questions, and it put me, and I'm not a depressed kind of person at all, and it put me in a very depressed state where I just wanted to end it all at 9.5.
Aladdin, I'm going to be very rare right now. Rare. I can't believe I'm talking about this, but this is how important it is to me. Do you remember hearing something about me when I was 10? That was.
Yeah, you mean in Greece?
Yes. Were you
The abuse you suffered?
Were you hurt? Were you horrified by that?
Yeah, of course, but I didn't hear about it at the time. I heard about it. After
You heard
the
about
fact,
it
many
and you
years
knew,
later.
and you're like, my God. Did you think why would
Yeah,
it
was.
why would a 10-year-old child?
Are you allowed to say? Can you say?
Yes, go ahead, say it. I don't care.
What actually happened? I have no idea what you're talking about. It'll
All right,
probably
this
help
is
people
not
out.
Well, that she was
I was
seriously,
diagnosed
taken advantage of by. Okay.
My mom had
Go ahead,
another mate.
sorry.
I already said my mother had another mate.
Okay.
And your father, years later, has written to me about it. And your father said to me, Holland, I will never forget your green eyes looking at me and crying. And said, if there was anything I could have done to fix that, I would have. You know what he did? Your father threw him out. I excommunicated him right away. He said, I'm going to beat the shit out of this man and I'm going to throw him out. And that's what he did. But there were only certain people. There were certain people that were good people. My dad is a good person. Your father's a good person.
Would you say that your parents are good people, Aladdin?
Oh yeah.
I would definitely say
Definitely, yes.
And they definitely reckoned with their past in a way that's honest. My dad actually wrote a book. You're welcome to go look it up on
Yes, I
Amazon.
have
It's
it.
called
I have
Something
it.
Somebody Stole. But yeah, they're good people and they have reckoned with their past. I mean, obviously you brought up Ricky Rodriguez, so you discussed that whole thing. When that happened, my dad called me and he was crying. And he said, if
Your
you
dad
ever
is a
come
good
over
man.
here
Your dad is a good man.
and beat the shit out of me, I deserve it,
No.
It was just very sweet. I didn't feel like doing that, but, that was his reaction to it.
But your dad is such a good person. He He never molested anyone. He never beat anyone badly. Your father did nothing but protect me, and I knew that there were only 2 men on this planet that I felt completely and totally safe with, and it was my father and yours.
Wife's home. Well, Adam, man, I appreciate you calling in. You just been listening to the show and
No. I called him because I was really upset.
Oh,
He reached out to me. I'm actually in the middle of a million things. But
I'm sorry,
he was like, "Please
honey.
call in
I'm
just to
sorry,
get
babe.
some."
I'm
That's
sorry,
cool.
babe.
That's okay.
Okay.
Well, that was nice of you
All
to
right.
actually call in, man. Thank you for being
I love you.
a friend.
Thank you.
All right, no problem. Have
Call
a
me
good
later. Call me later, babe. All right,
one. Okay. Bye.
So that's somebody that you knew that you grew up within, and his parents escaped too, and everybody
His parents are good people. My parents are good people. Well, for the most part.
I know, but wouldn't you say that their actions show otherwise, though? Some people would say the forgiveness bit. I don't know,
No,
like...
I forgive. And I forgive. I don't forget, but I have forgotten.
So they're saying she needs to let go and heal, not dwell on the pain. So I think you have for the most part. Dude, I got to complain. I just bought this from Amazon, and it actually moves, and it shouldn't move. Thank you. Probably made in China, I'm guessing, right? We can thank you, Joe Biden, and all kinds of other politicians that actually... Yes, this is not supposed to fucking move, and I apologize for that. So I'm going to have to find something else to...
Your wife is really hot, I gotta say. Damn. She's in a bathing suit right now, and I'm like, man.
Shannon, they're saying that you're really hot.
She's not even listening to us. Are
Yeah, she probably is. Shannon, are you listening right now?
Let's see.
Shannon, are you listening? My wife usually listens. Yeah, she usually walks around and
so
has...
freaking cute. She's half naked and she's beautiful.
Not your...
Holy crap.
Yep, she's actually listening. So, Willie B says...
She's wearing
turn...
some nice yellow bathing suit bikini.
Are you hearing that, Shannon? If you are listening, why don't you come and wave hi or something? Be
Wave
nice.
hi. She didn't even look my way.
They're saying hot tub stream. Yeah, let's get a hot tub stream going.
Nah.
Turn the camera. Yeah, Shannon.
No, she walked away. She went off to the right.
I think she's doing something with the
But
laundry.
damn, man, you must have a big one.
Oh, is that what you think? No, we've been together a long time, man. We've
Have
been
you?
together a long time. Yeah, people say that she'll come and get on screen, and they're like, "Man, how'd you get that? Oh, your
I
wife's
know.
hot."
I'm looking at her. I'm like, is that his daughter or his wife? I'm like, nope. No, she's this got to be his wife. She can't hear me. Oh wait, she walked by really quick. She didn't want me to see her.
Shannon, are you trying to hide?
Shannon, come out here.
You should come and actually say hello. We don't have three mics, though, I don't think.
How many kids has she given birth to?
6.
Really? Are you fucking kidding me?
No, she's 6 kids. She was 4 times for us.
Oh, there's your daughter. There's your daughter.
2
All right,
times
daughter
a
walked
surrogate.
away.
Oh, yeah, my children should be home. They get out of school at this time, so... And it was interesting, Kevin, who you co-host the Kevin Holly Show with
Yeah.
him, Wednesdays at 8. How can it be found?
On the Kevin Holly Show on Iron Network.
It's Internet
I'm so
Radio
stupid.
Network.
I thought it was Irish Republican.
Yeah, it's Internet Radio Network that they're on, and she thought it was something like Irish something network, so...
Because Kevin and I are both Irish.
I am too, yes. There's quite a few of us that are Irish. So yeah, are you upset like bringing up some of this stuff?
There's your daughter.
Yeah, I have 3 of them that'll be running around. So do you talk about this stuff that much? Have you talked with...
Yeah. Okay, so obviously, hello, psychiatrists.
Okay, and what
therapists.
does a psychiatrist say? I would like to know that.
Do you know what?
What do they...
Oh, here's your wife. Is she blonde?
Yeah.
Holy crap, she's beautiful. She's beautiful. Oh my God, how'd you get that?
How'd I get that? I stole her.
Look at I see her. She can't hear me. She's freaking beautiful. She shook her head no at me.
Did she really? Come say
I said,
hello.
you're so freaking beautiful.
See that? Everybody.
I said, holy crap. How'd you get this?
Will you come stand behind us for a second? Come on.
1 second. She's so pretty. Oh Oh my God. Hi, I'm Shannon. Hi, Shannon. I'm Holland. Oh, her hands are
Mail order
freezing.
bride, yeah. I'm sure hands are cold often.
She's so pretty. Look at her. Look at her.
Let me feel.
She looks naked.
They are cold.
Look. She's
I
naked.
know, right? Usually when I sit in the chair, it looks like that.
She's so cute. Holy crap.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't want to be.
Yeah, so, yes, here's my wife.
She
in
looks
here.
like she's 12.
Have you been listening?
Like off and on, I'm cooking some stuff for work.
Oh.
You don't have to kneel down all the
you
way.
doing there?
She's getting down in the hot tub
Here,
pool.
sit up my lap, bitch.
Look at that. Did you see that? That's brand new.
This is brand new,
and
and we're having problems with it.
Can you believe that?
I don't know. Where's the screwdriver? You know what?
It won't screw. You actually need two of them.
Oh, well.
It's isn't that nice?
I'm like, who's this hottie?
Aw, he's probably looking at one of the kids.
No, she saw you
it's
and
I said she's got some pink. She's got some yellow.
exactly Scruffy. It needs Viagra. She was like, "How many kids has she had?" And I go, 6. Like, oh my gosh, she said 6. 6 kids.
I've had 4, but I've only been pregnant 3 times because I had twins. So.
Oh wow.
Oh, I always thought it'd be cool to have twins.
No, it's not.
Are they identical?
Yes, not
that
cool.
even
Not cool.
better.
Not cool. Not cool.
I know, rough at the beginning, but I think twins would be cool.
What are you doing?
No. Don't have any more kids.
I'm not having any more.
No.
No.
I got a vasectomy.
way.
There's no fucking way.
No.
Yeah, if she gets pregnant,
You can't
it's
have
gonna
any
be.
more, but I can have more.
Yeah, good luck. You would not want any more kids, right?
I don't want any more. No. Okay.
How old are you?
42.
See,
Dun,
she's
dun,
younger than
dun.
me. Do you know what your husband? Okay, wait. You know what? Your husband embarrassed me the other night.
No, it was Kevin.
No, it was you.
Okay.
Why?
All right, don't say a word, Patrick.
Okay.
How old do I look?
You said I was younger than you, though, right? You kind of gave it away, but you don't look that old. I would guess like 40. That'd be my guess.
There you see, she's
Or
not.
not even. I mean, yeah.
I'm a grandma. Dude, he said I was 52.
No, I said 51, didn't I?
52. You said 52.
She's going to remember that forever, right? No, Kevin told us. He goes.
Honest.
Kevin goes, he's older than me.
No, he goes. She's way older than me.
Older than me.
That's
He's
what he
3
said.
weeks older than me.
Kevin's like 45. I'm like 44, right?
No, he's not.
Is he not 45? How old is he?
He's almost 46. He'll be 46.
Okay, so he's 46. He said she's older than us, so I was like, so I said 50.
No, and then he said she's also a grandma, and I'm like, really?
They're guessing 40, 38, 44. 30, 62 is referencing to something else. Hey, she said Riz has, just so you know, she said Riz has before we went on air because
I did, because I was on the show with Bubba one time, and he said, that was a long time ago I did that. He goes, you get to give Riz his, on the road his, or whatever it was. I don't know.
it just made me laugh because we have a person who listens. He's not listening right now because I think Riz is bothered right now, but I don't know if Riz is actually listening.
I am a grandma.
Okay, honey. Well, thank you for. Yeah, Riz isn't
my
listening.
granddaughter's
I think he
almost
got
3,
bothered.
And then my other one is going to be born in a few weeks.
Wow. He told you we have a 3-year-old granddaughter, right?
No.
Yeah.
What did you tell me that when I was? You made me tell me that on radio.
I didn't make you do anything.
Yes,
I just joined you all, and
Is this your son that's a nurse?
Yep.
Yeah.
Man, you didn't even tell me.
I don't think it was. There was a reason to.
The greatest thing is to be called Grammy. It really is.
She can't.
I couldn't think of a name, so she calls me Grandma Shannon.
Aww.
And she has a hard time saying the Grandma Shannon together, and Grandpa Patrick is a little bit different.
Grammy.
Skeezy said, well, there goes the channel. Thanks, Shannon. Yeah, she's not going to get anything going on. They want to know if you ever thought about going on Oprah or Dr. Phil to talk about this. Oprah doesn't even
They've
exist
asked
anymore,
me
does
to,
she?
but I won't do that because of my parents.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming in, honey. I'll be out shortly.
Look at her. She's just showing off her hot ass bod.
I came from working out, so I was sweaty. I have to change, but I go outside, so I'm like, I'd rather be in my bathing suit than clothes again.
I'll be joining you soon.
Oh, I'm sure he will. She's mighty hot.
She lays naked at times out there.
I do too, because I grew up in Europe and we don't wear bathing suit tops. Yeah. So. Yep.
Yeah, she lays in the backyard naked, and I do too, man. I walk around at times in my what you want to call Montel Williams. Dude, I just saw. Did you see the video of? I think this is just interesting. Montel Williams walking along with Kamala Harris on his arm.
He's sick. Something's wrong with him.
What's up?
He's sick with something.
Montel's sick? I have no idea about that, but I just saw this video. I think I got it right here. He was going along. Check that out with good old Kamala Harris back in the day.
He's lost a lot of weight.
Former talk show
Oh, this is old. This is 2001.
Long before she met Doug Emhoff, she dated some prominent men, including in 2001, former talk show host Montel Williams.
Kamala there.
Back then, he was the famous one and had to introduce her to the paparazzi. Now the whole world knows who she is.
Well, just interesting.
Oh, I know who she is.
Yeah, she's the vice president.
Former talk show host
Kamala Harris. Yeah, that's the vice president.
He was the famous one and had to introduce her to the paparazzi. Now the whole world.
Kamala hanging out. Now she got her white hubby. She's not going to succeed in politics with Montel Williams, man. Not going to succeed in yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if we want to keep talking about this stuff. I think we probably covered everything, right?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. What do you think did you get gas? Did you get gas?
Yeah, I did. Oh, my father texted me this morning. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning. Holland, go get gas. I'm like, all right. He goes, we won't be able to afford it next week.
People are bothered. They're like, quit getting fucking gas. So far, I think we're still okay down here.
I
but
paid. Well,
other
I'll tell you,
states,
I paid $2.97 this morning at Sunoco.
$2.97. Oh
Yeah.
wow, because it was $2.70 something. I know it's going to go up for sure, man.
Yeah,
That's obvious. Just as long as we still fucking have it, that's all I really care.
Well, my dad flew to Fort Lauderdale, and my mom goes, I hope they get enough gas so you can fly home.
Yeah, they're going to be stuck down there. For real, how is it where you all live? We have some people that live in North Carolina. There's some people who live in Georgia, South Carolina. I'm curious, how is it where you are now? Because yesterday some people were like, it's not that bad. But then I've been hearing more stories of people like, dude, there's no fucking gas where I live. I don't know how bad it is. And they said, Warren says, long ass lines. Yeah, so many people are going to get it. Fanatical says, I hear you can save money on gas cans and put it directly into plastic bags. Dude, I saw pictures of people with the big, gigantic, I don't even know how many gallons. Like, normally you'd put water in it for, like, spraying water. Right. Filling that with gas and, like, big trash cans. People were filling them with gas. Buzzy's playing liberal Democrats and Biden for the gas prices. It's funny. They said that they're not out of, there's not a shortage. They don't have anybody to deliver it or something isn't that what they said? Something weird.
I don't know.
I
can't remember what my dad told me. All right.
Obviously, we have the acute issues with the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack, but looking more holistically in a macro view, how does this speed up the efforts at DOE to move in more of a renewable direction, since this is going to
That's not the one I want to talk about, but yeah, they're like, hey, isn't this a good opportunity to go to renewable? Yeah, we need to all get off. Again, they're going to try to push us all into fucking driving electric cars, and what better way than make the gasoline too expensive or non-existent? Are you needing to go smoke a cigarette? Okay. I'm done at 3, so you want me to just take a quick little break and I'll say goodbye to you?
Bye.
Okay, well, thank you for everybody listening. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to see her out the door. Here, I'll just play this. This is, dude, Sky News Australia is great, man. They talk some shit about the United States. Seriously, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'm going to walk you out. Not the United States. They don't talk shit about the United States. They talk shit about people in the United States. We got to separate the differences. But, yeah, this was Helen Memo. I'm going to see her out. I'm going to let you all listen to this. This is a Sky News segment where, seriously, I've watched them talk some shit, and it's pretty good. It's nice to see stuff like this.
You're a female athlete, a weightlifter who has devoted your life to the sport. And then a former male weightlifter decides they're a woman and starts competing in the women's division. That is the reality for female weightlifters competing and typically losing against New Zealand's Laurel Hubbard. You see, Laurel used to be called Gavin and competed internationally as a male weightlifter before transitioning at the age of 35 and competing as a woman. In 2017 in Melbourne, she competed in her first major international competition and broke a number of national records on her way to winning the women's over 90 kilogram division. She came to represent New Zealand after beating Olympic medalist Tracy Lambrix, who no longer had any hope of winning in her weight division after Hubbard's transition. Rather than compete against an athlete born male, Tracy lost 17 kilograms to compete at a lower weight division. She's now retired and able to speak freely about what female weightlifters think about trans athletes competing in the women's division.
I'm quite disappointed for the female athlete who will lose out on that spot. We're all about equality for women in sport, but right now that equality is being taken away from us. Weightlifters come up to me and say, like, what do we do? Like, this isn't fair. What can we do? And unfortunately, there's nothing we can do because every time we try to voice it, we get told to be quiet.
We're told to be quiet. That's what happens to women who stand up for their rights against the trans movement. They're told to be quiet or attacked and labelled bigots and TERFs. And that was pretty much the message this week from Hollywood actor and comic Sarah Silverman, who scolded female athletes and even Caitlyn Jenner for saying women's sport should be for women.
I saw Caitlyn Jenner saying trans girls should not play girls' sports. Caitlyn, you're a woman, right? A trans girl is a girl. She should have the same rights as cis girls. If you think a trans girl, you think a trans girl is too strong? What about tall girls as opposed to short girls? What about boys in high school who are teeny tiny and their teammates have already hit puberty and are shaving? Why don't you just have co-ed sports divided by weight or height? This is so dumb. They are legislating this shit without one single example of how this plays out.
Not one example. It's almost impossible to overstate just how diabolically dumb that diatribe of Silverman was. Imagine being that hopelessly ignorant on the issue and yet feeling like you're entitled to lecture female athletes about what's fair. Here's a newsflash for Sarah. We have men's and women's categories in sport for a reason. And yes, we even have weight categories in certain sports like boxing and weightlifting. Guess who will be erased if it's a free-for-all? It won't be the dudes. As science writer Amy Alkin points out, the fastest female sprinter in the world is American runner Allyson Felix, a woman with more gold medals than Usain Bolt. Her lifetime best for the 400 metres is 49.26 seconds. Based on 2018 data, nearly 300 high school boys in the US alone would beat that time. But back to New Zealand champion Laurel Hubbard, who was about to become a Commonwealth Games gold medalist on the Gold Coast in 2018, but had to withdraw at the last minute due to an injury. In the lead up to the Games, many female competitors were perturbed by Hubbard's inclusion in the women's division. The Samoan head coach spoke for many when he said, Laurel Hubbard used to be a male champion weightlifter. The strength is still there, and I think it's very unfair. And for all females, it's unfair. That point of view is backed up by New Zealand physiology professor Alison Heather, who said the physiological attributes of males that make them naturally stronger, including anatomical and biological features such as size, muscle mass, lung capacity, and heart size, would be an advantage. But forget about Commonwealth gold medals. Hubbard may well be an Olympic champion at this year's Games in Tokyo. As Reuters reports, Hubbard is effectively guaranteed a spot in the women's super heavyweight category. Bad luck, ladies. It's sad that this needs to be pointed out, but men and women are different, and pretending otherwise only disadvantages women. Biology doesn't care about your feelings or your pronouns. That's why even the wokest of the woke, the likes of Martina Navratilova, are now begging Joe Biden to change the executive order he signed on the first day of his presidency and protect girls and women's sport.
I know, but maybe they should have some separate division, right? Maybe we should have some separate division because it's definitely not fair, man. Come on. Did you see that? What was it? The fastest woman in the world, 300 high school boys are faster than her. I watched this last night. I told Shannon, I was like, so in other words, say that, and that's just in the United States. So say around the world, there's got to be over 1,000, I would guess, potentially. Maybe not. But there's definitely hundreds more. So he would just say 500. Say if 3 of those decide, hey, we're going to be transgender, and not decide, maybe they affirm, sorry, I correct myself, they affirm their gender, then guess what? The fastest woman in the world is no longer the fastest woman in the world at the Olympics. She's actually getting beat by 3 now trans girls. So, interesting. I don't know how you all feel about that, but yeah, I just wanted to share that. That was some content filler while I saw her out. So what did y'all think, man? I mean, I knew some shit, but that's, I don't know, it's definitely a fucking weird world, right? Cults. I don't know how people get involved. I mean, I know people, it pulls at some type of their heartstrings and emotions and whatnot, but how are more people when they get in, they don't realize, hey, this isn't really preaching the gospel that I thought we were doing. How do you actually, I don't know how you cross over from, yes, I'm part of the Jesus, we love you, let's spread your word, to some people are allowed to fuck kids, some people aren't. I don't know. I would love to know how you get from here to there. Scruffy says, dumb, easily influenced morons. The crazy psychopath says it's pretty ridiculous. A crazy psychopath, I didn't get a chance to check out the stuff that you sent me yesterday. I probably won't today either. I just found out, and I totally forgot. Not found out, I forgot. I'm getting ready to go to the beach. We're going to Clearwater Beach tonight to watch the sun disappear. Yeah, we're going to go watch the sun disappear on our disk of a planet with our hollow out moon that circles around us. Scruffy's saying, why do you hate your son? I don't know who that's to. Yeah, my son doesn't go with us because he actually works at night. Kind of sucks, man. My son works Monday through Friday in the evenings, and that's like a lot of the time where I would be able to spend time with him, and I can't. So like during the day is the time that he's free, and I'm not. Oh, I'm going to go watch my son disappear. Hey, oh, yeah, what are you? The Lord told me. He said, go out there. He said, Abraham, go out there and sacrifice your boy. And I said, what, Lord? Where's that voice coming from? Must be God. Let me go fucking kill my son. I told my wife, Sarah's like, I put her in her place. She tried to say no, but I smacked her. I said, it's of the Lord. We're going sacrificing today. And then you get up there and the Lord provides. That's what the story actually is told as. Y'all know that? That's actually what the story says, is they use it as an example of saying the Lord will provide. Because there was I always forget, was it a ram, a fucking goat, whatever it was stuck in some rocks or whatnot. So instead of the son being sacrificed, the animal was sacrificed. And people use it as a story to go, the Lord will provide for you. So the Lord told me to go kill my son, and instead he provided something else for me to kill. How about let's just not kill things? Dogblood says, Patrick's son reminds me of Meet the Fockers movie. No, not even close. I don't think so, man. Dude, my son's like 6'2", 6'3". Yeah, he's not a little tiny Ben Stiller, and yeah, he's not. No, not even close. Not even close. But he is a nurse. He isn't. And when I said that yesterday, he makes $50 an hour. They don't give him that. That is basically the extra pay they're giving him, and he's getting paid time and a half. Because I talked about that yesterday, that there's where my son works. He works around, it's like a rehab place, a lot of old people. Some people are old that are there long term, and there's CNAs that it's just a revolving door. They cannot keep CNAs working. So they have such a short staff that they have the RNs come in, pay them their RN rate, and give them like an extra $10 an hour, and he's working time and a half, so it comes out to about $50 an hour, which is insane. Dude, I would be eating that up, man. I would be asking for extra shifts. Sarah, I would be asking for extra shifts. Phil says CNAs are the lowest of the low. They get all the dirty work, and a lot of them don't even want to do it, man. A lot of them don't even do it. My son said that, like, at times, like, he does some of the work that the CNA should be doing, and my mom said it's a nursing home / rehab. Yeah. Carson Allstar says CNA or ass wipers. Who wants to do that? I did it with developmentally disabled adults, man. It is not fun wiping a grown man's ass. My son had to do CPR on a guy that was dead. He knew the guy was dead, but he's like, well, that's what we have to do. So he basically gave CPR to a corpse just until everybody arrived that needed to take over. And dude, Shannon told me, if you missed out, I shared some, I got it right here. I can just show you. We had a fire in our neighborhood, a house basically, literally everything. I didn't realize this. Every single thing in the house was destroyed, basically. There was nothing left. Nothing left in the entire house. It was a pretty bad fire. Shannon went down by the fire. I stayed more in our part of the neighborhood. Not Shannon. She's like, I got to get up close to see this, man. I'm going to go as close as possible. My wife went right down there where the fire was taking place. She's like, I got to chronicle this. This is like 1 o'clock in the morning, 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. So anyway, Shannon got there like the firemen had just started to arrive. She said they were moving so slowly. So slowly. She said it wasn't anything like the movies or TV shows or nothing. She said it was so, and she said she was sitting there with another lady, and she said to the lady, she goes, why are they moving so slow? And the lady goes, I was thinking the same thing. And my fuck you, prison dog. No, he do it. Prison dog's making fun of me. He goes, you only do CPR on dead people. You don't do that to your friends. Come on over, have a couple drinks, do some CPR. And you never CPR'd with your friends, man? You haven't lived until you CPR'd. I know that. But no, the person was like dead. Like he knew like this is going to be so pointless, but he still did it. Yeah, everybody got out of the house. There was a dog that died, but again, if you're listening, not watching, it's just fucking houses in flames. Evidently, literally every single thing inside that, you could see, dude, she said the firemen were literally just walking along, taking their good old time. They couldn't hook up the hose. They could not hook up the hose, I guess. I guess Shannon was like talking with another lady, like, is that the new guy hooking up the hose? She said they went so slow. Shannon said if it was our house, she would have been yelling at the firemen. She actually said that. She said she would have been yelling at the firemen if it was our house, because that's what I'm saying. Dude, I watched it burn for a while, man, before I saw any water hitting it. And evidently, they were pretty far from a fire hydrant, so I didn't even think about that, man. That's a pretty good selling point for your house, right? To live by a fire hydrant. Seriously, that is a good thing to maybe think about. Don't live too far away from the fire hydrant because, well, you may not have the fire put out at your house. Man of Truth says they're told to leave it if nobody is in danger. Buzzy said, I was going to make a comment on the Bible and God, but what's the point of it? I just hope God has mercy on your godless souls on your deathbed. Goddamn liberal snowflakes. Is that true, Phil? Phil says your insurance premiums are based on how far away the fire hydrants are. Ours is right across the street. So, hey. So yeah, Shannon went right down there amongst the people. Seriously, I was like, why are you right there? But Shannon's like, I'm right up here. I'm a white privileged woman. I get to walk wherever I want. Get the fuck out of my way. You're in my... Get out of the... Don't you see a camera right here? Fucking fireman, move out of the way. Move out of the way. Yeah, that was funny though. Shannon was saying that the firemen just took their good old time. They took their good old time, and multiple people were wondering that. Oh, and Shannon said the woman that lived there, I guess she was like 78. The guy was 80. I wondered why it was starting to get cleaned up. But previously, my understanding, the people who lived in this house, they inherited it from their parents, and they let it go to hell, man. The everything about it was just shitty. The landscape, it was not a good looking house. These people moved in, cleaned it up. Evidently, they're like 78, 80 years old. Shannon said the woman just sat there the entire time. She just sat on a chair and just watched her house burn. Everything inside of it totally up. Dude, they didn't get their keys. They did not get their keys out. So their 2 vehicles are stuck there because their keys burnt inside the house. Dog Blood says, did you find out why the guy got arrested? No, he didn't get arrested, man. They tried to apprehend him. He was just over there trying to be a good Samaritan, and the cops tried to fuck with him, and then the paramedics were kind of a dick to him, too. Prison Doc says if they were doing their job correctly, they should have dropped a guy at the closest hydrant on the way in, pulling supply hose as they pull up to the house. Oh, wow. That makes sense, Prison Doc. I don't know if they did that because Shannon said, yeah, they said that the hydrant was so far away that they had to take it up and attach it, and they brought in a water truck itself. So, again, I wasn't over there. I stayed on the other side where we weren't near the fire. Shannon's like, I got to get up close. Shannon was running in and out looking for shit. But, yeah, they literally lost everything. There was nothing in the place. They lost their car keys, so now they can't drive their cars for a while. Who knows how long that takes, man, to get a new key. Who knows how long that takes, and I don't know. Shannon said, seriously, the lady just sat there. She just sat there in a folded out chair and just watched her fucking house burn. Like 78 years old, man. Just standing there as calm can be. Dog Blooded said, yeah, you drop it and pull your hose as you drive. I don't know if they did that. They didn't seem like it. That's what's scary. Man, truth is lucky there wasn't a natural gas line. The 90-year-old lady that lives by us that I told the Good Samaritans about, that they actually went and got her up, and I guess she was having a panic attack because she said her house runs off of propane. So evidently she thought her house was going to blow up because it wasn't that far away from it. Bobby the Dispatcher says, no hydrants within miles of my house. The man that Shannon was a surrogate for, he lives somewhere outside of Charleston, South Carolina. And we went to his house when we were traveling the country years ago, man. And he said, okay, you're going to turn off this road. When you go down the gate, you drive a mile to the house. That's how far his house was. It was all his property, but you had to drive a mile from his gate to get on his land to get to his house, and his house burnt down. He actually lost a nice old, it was one of those plantation style houses, like old as shit from, I don't even know if it was from back in the Civil War times, but it was built like that. It's on an old plantation. He has a lot of land, and house burnt down. Fucking up in flames, lost everything. No fire insurance. No fire insurance. He literally had his entire house burned down. No fire insurance to replace anything. Max Platoon says, have you seen the video of a lady who set her house on fire and pulled up a chair and watched it on Steel Toe? Please stop spamming Mike Spittoon. We're not allowed to talk about other shows. Not allowed to talk about other shows. You're only allowed to listen to me. Didn't you know that? Man, I'm disappointed. I am disappointed in you, Joe. No, I didn't see that. I did see on the Steel Toe that sheriff. I don't know what he is. The deputy. Dude, that's fucking great. The guy's like, if you haven't seen that video, I'm sure a lot of you have seen it, but there's a sheriff or a deputy something, but he's doing some Crime Stoppers thing on TV where they play a video of a criminal that like robbed what did he do? He robbed oh man. I know some of you guys know what I'm talking about. He robbed a Grady-ish, but he's like, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to get a cheeseburger and I'm going to get they're good people. He goes, and I'm going to tip well. And he's like, I like this joint. The policeman likes this joint. What the hell is that? His name's like, dude, it's such a good video. It's seriously, I had never seen that before. And I'm like, oh, this guy's great, man. This guy is great. Actually, if I remember correctly, I got it up on my phone because it blew my mind. It made me laugh so hard. St. Landry Crime Stoppers. And some of you guys will be like, oh, I've seen this so many times. I'd never seen this. This guy's fucking good, man.
Wednesday night, July the 8th, Stelly's Market and Restaurant on Highway 71 was broken into and burglarized. The thief smashed the front glass with a large rock, kicked in the office door, and made off with hundreds of dollars in cash. Watch as a man commits his crime. Look at him close. The hooded jacket he's wearing is camouflage. He appears to be light-skinned or white, and he looks to be around 6 foot tall and thin. Watch how he walks, with sort of a lanky gait. Stelly's has been a local favorite for decades. The family works hard and is known to be generous. Always with a kind word for friend or stranger, the Stelly family represents Southern hospitality at its best. If you're the man that committed this felony, look at me, son. I'm talking to you.
This is just funny. He's talking to a criminal. This is on the news. Like, this is on, like, their 5 o'clock news. There's this little clip. He's like, listen here, buddy. You fucked with the wrong people. These are nice boys and girls. You don't want to be doing that. And,
The sheriff likes Stelly's restaurant, and so do I. The food here is good.
It's just funny. Me and the sheriff like their burgers, you motherfucker. You picked the wrong place to vandalize.
The man that committed this felony, look at me, son. I'm talking to you. The sheriff likes Stelly's restaurant, and so do I. The food here is good, and the folks are friendly. We're going to identify you, arrest you, and put you in a small cell. After that, I'm going to have a cheeseburger here with fries and a Coke and leave a nice tip for the waitress. Meanwhile, your next meal will be served through a small hole in a cell door. Because our detectives harvested DNA from the rock you used, and you left a perfect boot print on the door you kicked in. But we won't have to wait on lab results because you're on St. Landry Crime Stoppers tonight. Congratulations, son. I'm about to make you famous. By tomorrow, 100,000 people will have watched you commit a felony. You will be recognized. And the people that know you don't really like you anyway. So when it comes down to a choice, a felony, you will be recognized. And the people that know you don't really like you anyway. So when it comes down to a choice between you and $1,000, they'll take the cash. On behalf of Crime Stoppers, I'm Lieutenant Higgins.
I had never seen that. Aaron played that the other day. I'm like, dude, that is so good. That is so good. Somebody needs to turn that into one of those auto-tune. Grab a shotgun. Grab a shotgun. Oh, seriously, somebody needs to go auto-tune that and go turn it into one of those songs, man, because that's a trip. I know that's years ago. Like, Man in Truth said, he's a state representative now. He is a state representative now. Phil's asking me to check my email. Yeah, I got to make my way out of here because we're going to go. See, I don't know what you all thought about that today. Some people thought things that weren't even said. Some people just heard certain things and got bothered. Buzzcocks orgasm addicts.
Sneaking in the back door with dirty magazines. So your mother wants to know what all the stains on the jeans. And you're an orgasm addict. You're an orgasm addict.
Phil, you know me too well, man. You know me too well. How'd you know I was an orgasm addict? Shannon knows that. Shannon knows. Oh, yeah, they caught that guy, by the way. I think they caught him the next day. People saw him. They fuck yeah, I don't like Jimmy. I'll go get that $1,000. Yeah, the guy got caught. I forgot to share that. Yeah, the guy in the last video, the deputy was talking about. No, he got caught, yeah. He got caught. Oh, Phil says the song was written about the children of God. Are you serious? Or Buzzcocks orgasm. I've heard of the Buzzcocks. Granny sent me some punk music yesterday to listen to, and he was like, just listen to it. I was on like my third song when he's trying to convince me to listen to it. So here, just so you guys know, guys, gals, he, she, they, their, thems, whatever. I seriously want to talk to as many fucking people that I can. I like to hear people's stories. I like to talk to people. And guess what? There are people I would love to talk to. I wholeheartedly fucking disagree with everything about them, but I would like to actually talk with people. I don't want a big fucking echo chamber of people that all say the same shit as me, think the same stuff as me. That's why I like some of you that kind of push back on things in the fucking chat. And I like that you all have little discussions with each one another. I'm a weirdo, man. I actually like stuff like that. I like engaging with people. I found it interesting finding out she was in the Children of God. I knew limited stuff about it. Obviously know a little bit more now. It seems even more fucked up, so... Swing Batter says, the show was great. You had a great guest today. Well, thank you. Scruffy's now asking us, so when's your exclusive with Ghislaine? I know, could you imagine if you had her in here? Why aren't you fucking killing her, man? I'm just asking questions, man. It's not my place in the world to fucking slit throats and whatnot, especially people like that. I would definitely choose other people to be slitting their throats. Those people Buzzy don't like, but even them, those are just pawns, man. I would love to go above and beyond that. So, well, thank you, Bob, for all the bits. And seriously, thank you, everybody. I saw some people resubscribing and people donating bits and gifting subscriptions. Sorry that I did not give shout-outs because I normally do, but I didn't want to go as she's like almost crying and going, Bubba Army Grunt with the 100 bits. Okay, go back to it. Keep going. You know what I'm saying? Like... she's shedding tears. I'm not going to be giving shout outs. Thank you, Raven, for resubscribing. Artie, that's what I'm trying to do, man. I do this. You don't want to listen to me talk every fucking day for 4 hours. I think there needs to be some other people hanging out here. And Artie says, a nice bit of a change up. Yeah, it could be a little bit of a downer in some ways, but so I said, dude, I'm trying to get people that are like communist socialists to come and talk to me. Seriously, I want to talk to as many people if I can. Phil says, now if you could only get Jamie Kennedy on. I would talk to Jamie Kennedy, man. I actually find a lot of his, I don't even know what you would call them, projects that he's done. I enjoy Jamie Kennedy. I actually enjoy Jamie Kennedy, unless there's some Jamie Kennedy that was in the Children of God that he's famous, and I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. But yeah, I got to get out of here, man. I got to go chill with my children and my wife. Some people do. Napkinator says nobody cares about shout-outs. I like to do it, though, man. I know how it feels to actually be recognized. So when you give bits, it's nice to be recognized. When you give subscriptions, it's nice to be recognized. So I may not give shout-outs as a person's talking and interrupt them, but know that I noticed. So thank you for all that did that. Artie Rich says, I think you do good with interviewing and letting someone just have a conversation. Swing Batter says, a bit of a downer. That was depressing as fuck from start to finish, but interesting as hell. Tunsa says, some shows have bitches, but not here. My mom says, enjoy the show. Thanks for the show. For real, man. Well, thank you for you all hanging out. Yeah, most people stuck in most of the time, so evidently you, whatnot. Evidently some people enjoyed it. Some people got bothered. I don't know, man. We'll talk about her and everything about it tomorrow. We will talk about it tomorrow. I'm curious what your thoughts, because, yeah, some people are pretty adamant with their thoughts. Other people like to remain back in the shadows and not say anything. I do have to go, man. Seriously, we got to go. We're going to Mellow Mushrooms. Speaking of mushrooms, going to Mellow Mushrooms. Do you have a Mellow Mushroom where you live? Oh, it's good pizza, man. Pretty good pizza, though. The last time we got it, not as good. We've got it multiple times, and the last time it just wasn't. So hopefully it's good this time. But yeah, we're going to Mellow Mushroom and then Clearwater Beach to just go enjoy the beauty of God's. We're children of God, so we're gonna go look at God's creation and watch the sun disappear. So if you got anything to say, fpatrickwelsh@gmail.com, I will get to it. If you sent me whispers, I will get to them, but like I said, probably not tonight. And if you want to hang out tomorrow night with us, Thursday night on the Steel Toe Show, 8 Eastern on the Steel Toe Show, Thursday night, so I'm hanging out. So if you want to come hang. And yeah. Oh, my wife says I pay him something better than cash, better than currency. Oh, she's got the best currency on the planet, baby. My wife has the best currency on the planet. Evidently, this song is written about the children of God. So thank you, Phil, for giving this to us. I'm going to let you... Fanatical says, fill your gas up on the way home. Our gas tanks are already filled, man. But I will maybe think about that. Honestly, I maybe will think about that because we'll use multiple gallons going down there and back. So, again, thanks, everybody. Until tomorrow at 11. Peace out.
Find it alright for kicks, but now you find out that it's a habit that sticks and you're an orgasm addict. You're an orgasm addict. Sneaking in the back door with dirty magazines, so your mother wants to know what all the stains on the jeans, and you're an orgasm addict. You're an orgasm addict. You get in the heat, you're getting assault, but you still keep a beating your meat to pulp, and you're an orgasm addict. You're an orgasm addict. You're a Casanova, you're a no Joseph. It's a live on a fucking yourself to death. Orgasm addict. You're an orgasm addict. You're making out with school kids, winos and heads of state. You've even made it with a lady who puts the little plastic lummies on the Christmas cakes. Butchers, assistants and bellhops, you've had them all here and there. Children of God and the joy strings, international women with nobody hair. Ooh, so well you're asking at an alley and your voice ain't steady. The sex mechanics are off, you're more than ready. You're an orgasm addict. You're an orgasm addict. Johnny won't fuck you always and always. He's got the energy, he will amaze. He's an orgasm addict. He's an orgasm addict. He's always at it. He's always at it. And he's an orgasm addict. He's an orgasm addict.
All I had to do was use my brain. And it's not smart to be dumb. It's not smart to be dumb, dumb, dum, dum, dum. Back where I come from, it's not considered smart to be dumb. It's not smart to be dumb. It's not smart to be dumb, dumb, dum, dum, dum. Back where I come from, it's not considered smart to be dumb. It's not smart to be dumb. It's not smart to be dumb, dumb, dum, dum, dum. Back where you come from, it's not considered smart to be dumb.